Front line with it, been gunning all week. Y'all drum line with it, just banging on beats. Y'all part time with it, I'm going OT. Y'all hang time with it, I stay on both feet. I gang slide with them, then hit a word preached on church every Sunday. Back to it Monday.
Hello YouTube, it's Nobility Bibulous. You know, I'm kind of like the underdog when it comes to reviewing Resident Evil games. Mainly because outside of Village and 7, I haven't played any.
Thank God I found you.
So how am I gonna make such a big video on the 8th game of a series I don't even know about? Especially considering my competition. Here on YouTube, I'm surrounded by insightful, intelligent human beings.
This game nails it on every front. It's not a Nintendo game. I love the baddies in this one.
Content creators who are always 5 steps ahead of me. Well, luckily, Resident Evil 8 is really only part 2 of the first-person Resident Evil game series. Now, you don't need to know the other games, but they aren't exactly retcons, just unimportant to our story for now. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of references to the old games that I had to research. Turns out Resident Evil has a history of cool characters and moments, some incredibly action-packed, others horrific and terrifying, and moments where the writers were clearly overdosing on fentanyl. That being said, maybe you haven't even played Resident Evil 7. Perhaps you're unattracted to peak feminine beauty.
That appeals like the male fantasy.
Luckily, the developers were kind enough to leave the cliff notes of the last game in the extras menu, so you really don't have to play it. It's really short, kind of vague and confusing, and halfway through, I don't even think it's Resident Evil anymore. So how about let's go on an adventure into some decrepit Eastern European village, a winter wonderland.
Lights are turned down low.
Surrounded by tall mountains, beautiful Gothic architecture and buildings, and wildlife. We can say hi to the locals, at least the ones with their throats still intact. In my honest opinion, this game is awesome. It has its flaws for sure. For one, the dialogue can be,
I think we've finished each other.
I know.
a bit suggestive. A lot of the characters want to kill our protagonist and consistently have the opportunity to do so. Unfortunately for them, Ethan's plot armor is almost as self-regenerating as his limbs are. But do you know what isn't self-regenerating? Your money. A lot of which probably went to waste this year. And no, I'm not talking about your body pillow investment. I'm talking about someone stealing your money right under your nose. Being a gamer, you're targeted by a bunch of shady businesses every day that offer you nothing but shallow promises and an empty bank account. Microtransactions, sneaky subscription plans, and remastered games by American video game publishers. At some point, we've all had our money stolen from these organizations. Have you ever had to call customer service for a refund? If so, then I feel bad for you, because the only thing worse than calling customer service is calling customer service and being put on hold. Holdbot promises you'll never wait on hold again. When you're on the phone and someone puts you on hold, simply add Holdbot to the line and go do literally whatever you want. Grab a bite to eat, walk your dog, add another free trial subscription to your wallet, because whenever the agent, who's paid hourly and couldn't care less about your financial hardship, returns, you're notified on various devices, including your Mac, PC, smartwatch, Alexa, or any other smart devices. And if you don't want to use your phone, maybe you're too busy staring directly into the camera, you can jump back into the call on your other devices. Holdbot, a revolutionary new way to get off hold. Thank you, Holdbot, for sponsoring this video. Go to their website, holdbot.io, and do me a favor and sign up. It's free, it supports them, which directly supports me. Our story begins in February 2021, 3 years and 3 months after the events of Biohazard. Our protagonist Ethan Winters and his wife Mia went through some pretty traumatic shit, to say the least. Long story short, Mia Winters was kidnapped and sent Ethan a video message on Skype. I don't know what's a greater crime, the fact that she's been kidnapped for 3 years or she doesn't have Discord. Ethan travels to said coordinates, a random house in Dovey, Louisiana. Everything appears fine at first. We also find Mia and she's fine, and she's acting fine.
Did anyone see you?
Everything's fine, but she gives him a little bit of attitude and maims him. Ethan, being a responsible husband, Ethan then gets killed by Jack Baker, owner of the house.
A pinch of salt and laughter too.
But then he gets his hand back, and they have dinner like a happy family. That the Baker family isn't actually a bunch of murderous schizophrenics after all.
I know. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Turns out Jack Baker saved Evelyn and Mia from a shipwreckage.
Oh, she's so young.
What they don't know is that Mia is an agent for the Connections, a crime syndicate founded by Brandon Bailey, involved in biochemical research, money laundering, murder, and trafficking of weapons and drugs. Mia's mission was to transfer their latest biochemical weapon, Evelyn. Unfortunately for the Baker family, when it comes to these bioweapons, looks can be quite deceiving.
Sleeping, poor thing.
Kill him, Mommy.
It's revealed that Evelyn can infect other humans with mold, giving them regenerative abilities and superhuman strength. Basically the reason why your wife and the Baker family were so fucking cracked.
You can feel her clawing her way back inside.
What do you mean by that?
Ethan saves Mia, and then Mia saves
Ethan.
and then Ethan kills Evelyn. And in doing so saves Mia, and then both Mia and
Ethan
get saved by Chris Redfield, who looks
C minor, put it in C minor. Where have all the good men gone?
terrible.
I'm Redfield. Redfield.
Controversy happens and Capcom changes Chris's design and makes him look good, but pickpocket his clothing, and now Chris looks great.
Caught myself a big one. Ethan.
Due to them being rescued by Ugly Chris, our heroes now live safely in Tomato Town, Eastern Europe, with their newborn, Rosemary Winters. The story begins with your wife Mia narrating a story to Rose called Village of Shadows. The story is about a girl who goes into the forest with her mother to gather berries for her father, except they can't find any berries because the forest is dead. The fucking brat has the wonderful idea of abandoning her mother and goes on her own adventure for berries. In her travels, she gets thirsty, to which the Bat Lord appears and gives her his blood to drink. Afterwards, she finds herself passing through a graveyard, and a storm brews, causing the air to become cold and the girl to start shivering, to which a dark weaver appears and crafts her a coat. Trying to return home, she embarks on a boat but becomes hungry. Luckily, a fish emerges from the water and gives her a fin for her to snack on. Sometime after, she appears in some desert type area and meets an iron steed with a golden cog on his forehead. The girl, used to Mother Nature sucking her cock all the time with all these convenient gifts, mistakes the cog for another gift. She tries to take the cog from the steed, but unfortunately, he gets angry, causing all the previous monsters to fight her in a 1 versus 4. Then this random witch appears, and then the story fades to black because books do that in Resident Evil. Moral of the story, bring your mother. She cares for you, she loves you. Most importantly, she's an excellent human shield. I'm a big fan of Village of Shadows. Something about buying a $60 game and being met with a beautifully animated intro reminiscent of Tim Burton. It was really cool to watch. I also love that it might seem like just a fucked up fairy tale that Mia bought from the local shop and is just traumatizing your kid with. And it is.
Kill your parents.
But aside from that, it's actually an allegory of the whole game. The monsters in the story represent each boss in the game, with the daughter and mother representing Mia and Rosemary. Although only mentioned in the beginning, when you read it later, you'll see a father character in the story fighting the monsters, representing your boy, Ethan Winters. Right off the bat, you can tell Ethan is a very caring father. He seems worried that his wife would tell their infant daughter such a creepy story, while Mia, on the other hand, is completely nonchalant.
We moved here so that she wouldn't have to deal with any of that, remember?
There's nothing wrong with my memory.
You're just being paranoid.
It's not... Never mind. I'm sorry. But I'm not paranoid. I'm just cautious.
Mia gives us her baby so we can put her to sleep, giving me the perfect opportunity to not only give you a house tour, but also to show you how much I hate the middle class.
Hello, friend.
By the way, my patron's in the description if you want to give me money. Welcome to the Winters' home. Yeah, let's not use the exterior shot. Now, you can autopilot through this level and get the gist of it, but I recommend walking around the house and seeing what you can find. After all, it's been 4 long years since we've seen Ethan in action.
I wish it could stay like this forever.
If you couldn't tell from before, Mia Winters went through childbirth. You can find plenty of photos from pregnancy to postpartum revealing how happy of a family they are. Her mother cooks everything for her and is very responsible for maintaining her diet.
Mia makes everything by hand, so this stuff keeps piling up.
She's quickly growing out of her diapers, which means she's growing. Not sure how babies work, but hey, she's not dead. They have a baby monitor set up to watch her overnight. All things considered, they're a pretty happy and healthy family, and Mia and Ethan celebrate their success with wine. I mean, a lot of wine. These assholes fucking love wine.
My head keeps spinning.
Walking upstairs, you're met with a more grounded view on the Winters' family. One that's pretty dark and depressing.
They're there.
Surrounded by a ton of bad omens referencing their disturbing past, there's a music box, which we can show Rose.
Your mama and I love this song so much.
A metaphor for Ethan and Mia's strong marriage and how they've been able to stay together despite their trauma. Going over to the bathroom, and you'll notice medication that Mia has to take since the Baker's incident. Apparently they fucked her up so much, she's on a strict regimen. That's so much medication. Over to the left and you can find Mr. Everywhere. Collectibles that Ethan would find in the Baker's house. Ethan isn't even sure why he keeps it.
Why do I even keep this around? I should get rid of it someday.
But if I had to guess, it's because of his unwillingness to let go of the past. And although his wife mocks him, calling him paranoid, he knows his caution is justified.
But I'm not paranoid. I'm just cautious.
Gotta do a deep clean before Rose starts walking around.
Further into the room, you can find a newspaper reporting to the public that the Bakers were apparently killed by a quote-unquote gas leak. And if you played 7, or if my shitty recap made any sense, you'll know that there was no gas leak. This is the BSAA effectively covering this whole nightmare up.
Everyone's forgotten about this already.
Past the bedroom, you can find Ethan's office. You can tell Mia and Ethan are overly protective, or I guess in this case, rightfully protective parents, because Rose never leaves their sight. Not when they sleep, their beds are literally right next to each other.
Is there something you're not telling me?
And not even when Ethan's working at his office, which is purposely located within eye shot of her crib. And here you can find Rose's favorite toy.
Well, hi there, little Rose.
You also find a laptop with a note on it, detailing Ethan's frustration with his marriage. Turns out Mia exploding on Ethan isn't actually that uncommon, and her anger usually resurfaces when bringing up the past.
We hardly talk about anything else.
In the drawer is a medical file, showing Rose is in good health, but the BSAA has yet to test her for any fungal pathogens. Looks like there might be some unforeseen repercussions to having a mold-infected parent. In the bookshelf, you can spot a particular book titled Gun Survivalist, a heavy firearms manual for field combat situations, making it one of the 3 references on how Ethan received military training after the events of Biohazard. The third, my favorite, is noticing his trigger discipline in gameplay. For example, when he reloads a firearm, he'll save any clip with ammo still inside, instead of just discarding it whenever he's done firing. The book was written by Joseph Kendo, the brother of Robert Kendo, who appears in Resident Evil 2 Remake, 3 Remake, and 2,
By the time I noticed,
where he dies quickly and anticlimactic. He ran a shop called Kendo's Gun Shop in Raccoon City, you know, before the suicide. Joseph and Robert designed some pretty cool guns in this series, like this one pistol called Samurai Edge. Isn't it so cool? I wish I noticed this room in my first 5 playthroughs, but it's really not that easy to spot, especially when I didn't give a flying fuck about Rosemary.
fuck you.
I was just autopiloting through the level, putting her to sleep. That is one of my favorite things about this intro. How much it rewards the player for just looking around.
Is she okay?
Sleeping like a baby. That smells good. What's that?
Oh, hands off, mister. It's churba de legume. It's a local recipe.
Wow, you've gone full native, haven't you?
Local wine, too. But if you're gonna keep sulking all evening, maybe you shouldn't have any. You really have to stop worrying.
It's just finding you in Louisiana, the pregnancy, Chris moving us here, military training, it all happened so fast, you know?
Well, at least we're all together. You, me, Rose. Now, everything's gonna
Seriously, think we can just forget about what happened in Louisiana?
It happened so long ago. I don't understand why you are so...
Mia, get down! Mia!
God. Chris? What the hell?
Sorry, Ethan.
No! What? Why?
Go on, move!
All clear. Rose? What the hell are you doing with my daughter?
Package secure, sir. Take him away.
I said get your hands off her!
Ethan, no.
Rose?
Get him out.
Hey, Doc.
Hello, Mr. Winters. I've got your doctor's results back, and I'd like you to come in to talk about them. How about next Thursday, 4 o'clock?
No problem. We'll be there. That was the doc. She'll see us next week. Hey, now. Think positively, all right? We talked about this.
I know. We hardly talk about anything else. I keep telling you, it's not Rose that I'm worried about.
Well, then what are you worried about? Look, she's gonna be fine. I just know it. What else matters?
We matter, Ethan! You matter! You just...
Mia, what are you talking about? Is there something you're not telling me? Come on, talk to me. Damn it. I have to take this.
Something that does remain a mystery, however, is the sudden personality change from Mia Winters. Mia lies to Ethan, mainly about being involved with the connections, and it puts a strain on their relationship. But ultimately, she still does care about her husband, and only seems to omit certain truths about her life to protect her family. Mia knows her past is going to catch up to her, and the guilt of lying to her family every day eats away at her. This is where those explosions that Ethan talks about comes from. It's only a matter of time before she has to tell him the truth.
Mia, what are you talking about? Is there something you're not telling me?
Going from acting very worried and secretive towards her family to completely nonchalant to the point where she straight up gaslights Ethan for being even a bit cautious is really sus.
Then, go cautiously take your daughter to bed.
Hey, getting mind controlled by a little girl is traumatic, I get it, but even her hobbies seem out of character. She's now suddenly into local literature, cooking local dishes, drinking
local wine, too.
This shift in her personality makes no sense. Why would someone who's been mind controlled by a bioweapon disguised as a little girl want to read a creepy local tale about children getting lost in the forest and abducted by witches to their little girl? Ethan doesn't seem to care about the inconsequential stuff like her cooking or the wine, but he will challenge any decisions that Mia makes that might affect their family or relationship. And that leads to a lot of arguments.
What is with the creepy story? She's only 6 months old.
Of course, before we can make any developments on the relationship between Ethan and his dearly beloved, we get breached and cleared.
Team deathmatch.
What are you buying? Just something an old friend of mine used to say.
Zapping in and out of consciousness like a bad Call of Duty mission, Ethan finds himself ass deep in the snow. The vehicle he was in flipped, and everyone missing, including Rosemary. A nearby cell phone rings and we approach it.
About damn time. What's your status? Is the package safe?
What are you talking about? Where's Chris Redfield? And Rose?
Who is this? This is a secure channel. You're not
Fuck.
Here you can find a mission briefing on how they neutralized your significant other, eliminate target, recover body, Chris, isn't that a little dehumanizing? I'm on the verge of tears walking up this hill when I suddenly realize how awful the field of view is in this game. You see, Capcom uses their FOV as a design choice, which is incredibly fucking stupid. Not to mention the incredible motion sickness you get. This is honestly the scariest part about Resident Evil, but I have to admit, the only time this low FOV seems to work is in areas like this. Village is obviously trying to build up suspense leading up to the village, and I can't help but love it. I feel so claustrophobic and helpless. But yeah, please let me change it. It's fucking awful. We spot a do not enter sign, and Ethan finds a way to hurt himself almost immediately. Ahead we find nothing but carcasses of various animals, some hanging from trees, others drifting in the water, and some animals still alive from the aftermath. Now, you can sit here and feel bad for these animals, or move on to find more clues. Personally, I just tested the physics engine for 5 minutes. We enter a random cabin at the end of the trail, and this place looks worse than outside. The game welcomes you with a noose in the first drawer you loot. That's pretty edgy. Oh, sweet, I can kill myself. Crawling through another dresser that fell over, we spot blood. The game's been dropping subtle hints of the enemies we're about to fight, and we're getting much, much closer.
What's it all this?
Going up the hill, we spot Castle Dimitrescu. And the sorry village we'll be navigating for the rest of the game. This is honestly one of my favorite settings in a horror game so far. Being outside in a village is a great contrast to Resident Evil 7 being trapped in dark interiors all the time. Except this time, the player is allowed to breathe. But when you begin to notice the tall mountains and the fact that every friendly face is probably dead,
maybe they're out?
That familiar feeling of isolation comes crawling back. Entering the village and cutting through houses, you find yourself between 3 properties. One that's been locked due to a missing owner, another with a mysterious insignia and chickens running about in the yard, and an unlocked house where you find your first weapon, the knife.
The knife is fucking useless. It doesn't do a lot of damage. Ethan needs to recover just after 2 swipes. That being said, thanks to the blocking mechanic, some of its assness can be relieved. Blocking interrupts almost every animation in the game. For example, that 2.17 second healing animation from the medkit, well, block canceling can turn it into an almost instantaneous heal. The effect it has on the knife swipe is interesting too. By spamming space and left click simultaneously, the recovery lag after the 2 swings get removed.
No! Friendly. Who are you? Who sent you? Nobody. There was an accident down on the road and... What's going on? Oh no. They're coming. Who is? What the hell was that? You have a gun? What? Please tell me you have a gun. No, why would I? Take it! Take it! Hey, are you listening? Hey! What the? Shit! dead body? Wait, there's more. Jesus Christ. What the hell is wrong with this place?
Body's still warm. Looks like there's a killer about.
Trapped in the crypts of some random guy's house, who's a fucking bot, by the way, missed all his shots. You spot your first enemy, and personally, my favorite mob in the game, the Lycan. Those fingers, by the way, Ethan isn't just gonna visit the local Ripper dock or piece himself together like a Lego man. His fingers are going down that Lycan's digestive system. It's gone forever, and that's fucking awesome. Being thrown in the yard with the gate locked, you're basically forced into fighting this Lycan one-on-one.
It's inevitable for enemies to land hits on you, especially on the higher difficulties. So unless you're ready to learn their attack patterns, you'll have to settle with guarding. You want to look out for any signs of them closing in on you and block accordingly. And if you hit the block key again, you counterattack, opening up space between the two of you. That being said, for this particular scenario, you don't actually have to fight the Lycan. It's possible for you to run back inside the house, grab the bolt cutters in the back room, and that causes the Lycan to run away, effectively progressing the mission. It's a really cool lesson about the game. Resident Evil Village is a survival horror game that gives the player the options on how to deal with each scenario. And for a lot of scenarios, one of the best strategies is to run away like a pussy. And hey, for some of us, that works. Unlocking the gate, we spot a building across from us and notice a villager's body being dragged into it. We slowly approach the building for some reason. Seriously, there's nothing in here but hay and blood. Lycans immediately begin to charge at the building, trapping us inside. Turns out losing half your hand was a telltale sign to stop walking into these random fucking houses. There's activity from every window, door, and crevice, desperately trying to break in. You have to guard all openings, otherwise they're coming in and stealing Ethan's virginity. Now, you can't repair the barriers, but you can move this shelf onto the door, and that acts as its own barrier. After successfully surviving the wave, we overhear a radio transmission.
If there are any survivors out there, come to Louisa's house near the fields.
Survivors?
Once you finally escape, you notice a bunch of Lycans skulking about the town. Eventually, you're backed up into this house, and once you enter, you hear the roar. Every Lycan in a 10-mile radius starts sprinting towards the house. You don't have enough ammo to deal with even half of these Lycans, so you have to count your shots and use the environment to survive. This is one really thrilling mission, and it really tries to capture what it feels like to struggle to survive. However, despite its positives, it is also the most poorly designed mission in the entire game. All of this mission's strengths come from the first half. It has incredible map design. The game never directly tells you or forces you where to go, but it does a great job at getting players to where they need to be. You enter this house, get overrun and drop to the basement, escape through an opening in the back, and into this building. And once Once the Lycans break in, you climb the ladder to the roof, and this all happens seamlessly, all the while giving the players resources on the map to defend themselves and to help save what little ammo Capcom placed sporadically across the map. The first half is also well paced. The invasion starts off with a handful of Lycans and very slowly increases the amount throughout the mission. However, Capcom's biggest fuck up is the frustration created trying to complete the mission, and how ultimately Capcom prioritizes on delivering a great cinematic experience over a well-designed video game. Unlike the previous part of the mission, after you make it to the top of this building, there is no clear direction on where to go next, and no indication of what completes the mission. You think it might be to survive, as the mission states, but that's not true. It's impossible to. There's too many enemies and not enough ammo. Only after a hidden prerequisite is accomplished, a Lycan is scripted to grab you and throw you, playing a cutscene that effectively ends the mission. The general consensus is this happens around 3 to 5 minutes, and it's very inconsistent on what triggers it. On hardcore, this is huge because the mission becomes frustratingly difficult. When you're a player and you factor in that it's essentially RNG to progress through the mission that's killed you 7 times, and you can do nothing to expedite the process, that's when you get consumers making Reddit threads wondering if they should refund the game or not. If you watched Making of Resident Evil Village: The Internal Struggle, Capcom's mini documentary on the game's development, you can learn that playtesters were also frustrated with the game's difficulty. And it's a bit weird that the ending to this video implies that they fixed the problem while the mission is still in this state. But I didn't want to just call the mission frustrating and leave it at that. I wanted to learn exactly why this mission fucking sucks. And after my findings, I gotta say, I feel a strong brotherly bond between me and those playtesters who found the combat frustrating and boring and incredibly tiring to play. So to understand the mission, I hacked Resident Evil Village. I'm kidding, I use cheat engine, I'm not special. I ran a couple of tests to determine what causes the mission to end and found some pretty interesting shit. With just a couple of runs, I was able to determine that after you enter the house and hear the roar, the game begins to time you. And while the end result of each run stayed inconsistent, the game does try its very best to end it after 5 minutes. For players playing casual or standard difficulty, enemies die so quickly that this hardly matters, and it's probably why this controversial mission wasn't ultimately a big deal to the fandom. But the difference between a mission ending by 5 seconds, or 10, or an entire minute is a bigger deal than it sounds, and knowing what makes the difference can alleviate a lot of frustration playing the game. Throughout all the runs I completed, I gave Ethan God mode while modifying 1 stat per run. I either gave myself infinite damage or modified my walk speed. My theory was either killing enemies knocked down the timer, let's say a kill might take 5 seconds or so, while the other theory was the mission might end sooner depending on distances traveled. Maybe the game wants players to move a bunch. After all, the developers were focused on delivering the experience of what it's like to struggle to survive, and running from your death is one of the most effective ways of doing that. Yeah, changing these stats did fucking nothing, and although moving faster was useless, I did find that moving at all did have an effect on ending the mission sooner. But was it the fact that I was moving a lot, or because I was moving a lot, I'm hitting certain areas that trigger certain cutscenes? Well, it was the latter. In fact, for the runs where I stayed completely stationary, in some places, like the underground, the mission wouldn't end at all. I also found out that 2 cutscenes play depending on where the player is. Cutscene A, arrow to the knee, where the player is shot with an arrow and then picked up and thrown, and cutscene B, neck grab, where the player is grabbed from behind and then thrown. I believe cutscene B exists as a contingency plan. If players are in a position where cutscene A will have them clipping through a wall, cutscene B is played instead. And if the player is not in a suitable spot for either, the mission never ends. That's why you have those anomalies where I'm staying there for 10 minutes and then I eventually move up, which triggers the cutscene. The reason I believe the mission's end is so inconsistent is because of these transitions. Capcom wants their game to look awesome above all else, so they're looking for the best looking cutscene to play. And I'm willing to bet their favorite cutscene is cutscene A, which requires a lot of space to activate. activate. The Lycan is grabbing Ethan by his legs and spinning him around. There is a lot of space that Ethan needs to cover, because if he doesn't, he's going to start clipping through walls and a lot of graphical glitches are going to happen, and Capcom does not like that. The issue a lot of players are having with the mission not ending, especially those on hardcore, are they're backing up into corners or into really tight spots, obviously so the Lycans don't kill them. But if cutscene A needs a lot of space to activate, players are going to have to run outside where this can happen, and no one wants to fucking do that, especially on hardcore. There are a bunch of Lycans outside. It's already proven that cutscene A gets priority over cutscene B. In fact, speedrunners purposely try to target this cutscene specifically because it happens faster by a couple of seconds. In their speedruns, you'll see them sprint over the river to trigger it. Gamers who play really challenging games, competitive towards other people, or even the computer, will know that a couple of seconds in gameplay can mean the difference between life or death. And this remains true in Resident Evil Village, especially hardcore. By making cutscene B less accessible, even by a few seconds, you open windows that allow players to die. For example, if players get hit by Lycans toward the end of the mission, it'll delay the cutscene from happening. And because the player is in the middle of getting attacked, Capcom does not want to play a cutscene where Ethan is in the middle of an animation. It can cause graphical glitches and other bugs. So while players are given that extra time, you know, those few seconds, they can unknowingly go from a cutscene B friendly zone and move on to an area that is neither friendly for both cutscenes. Neither cutscene will trigger, leaving the player vulnerable to more attacks and even death, resulting in them having to restart the run, all because the devs are playing favorites with their cutscenes. You also make it unfair, because one player who just so happened to be by the river passes the mission, while another who's held up inside a house dies? Why should one player get to progress over the other? Because you want the cool cutscene to play? It's fucking stupid. If you make passing the mission happen due to convoluted circumstances, people begin to really feel cheated because they won't understand what's causing them to fail. The game's difficulty also scales on how well you're doing. Difficulty adjustment is a mechanic where the worse you're playing, the easier the game gets.
As you see here, Nico's going to be taking damage intentionally, and that's for the purpose of difficulty adjustment. Basically, the more damage that you take, the worse the game thinks you are, so the game basically becomes easier, enemies take more damage.
And the way the DA actually functions is that damage you deal and take go up and down depending on the DA that you have.
That's a problem. Capcom basically threw all of Resident Evil Village's players onto a scripted survival mission and punished them for playing correctly, giving less damage output, harder and more intelligent enemies, and a squishier player character. No wonder people who picked hardcore, who were probably confident enough because they're used to playing higher difficulties in all these other shooters, were struggling so much. If they were landing all their shots and avoiding damage, then they were playing on the hardest version of Resident Evil Village that you can play on, while also playing its most poorly designed mission. The icing on the cake is also the inconsistency with the cutscenes. This mentality of prioritizing a cinematic experience over a well-designed game starts here and is echoed throughout the entire game. This mentality also doesn't fucking work on harder difficulties because of the conflicting design philosophies between the fundamentals of the game and the game's difficulty. Hardcore mode wants the game to be a survival horror, while the mission clearly doesn't mind killing the player if it can't get its favorite cutscene. It's easy to mask the game's shortcoming in a difficulty where the resulting frustration never happens, but the hardcore difficulty, and you'll see this a lot in other parts of the game, the hardcore difficulty does an excellent job at highlighting the game's faults. And it's sad to say this, but it happens because Capcom couldn't give less of a fuck of designing this game like a survival horror game. Hardcore mode pushes players to their limits and challenges them to play around with the mechanics of the game, and that's where you can see cracks in the game's design. The player realizes that they actually don't have that much control and are at the mercy of the game's unfair design and inconsistent triggers to progress. Capcom wants to emulate the feeling of a survival horror experience through visuals so badly that they forego actually designing the game to play like one. So when players try to make it one by upping the difficulty, it becomes a complete failure. And the worst part is the level is so poorly designed, so frustratingly difficult, you get gaslit into thinking, maybe I'm just bad, and this game is really hard. And when you finally finish the game, do you realize, holy shit, Nothing in the entire game, fuck it, nothing in the entirety of Resident Evil 7 or 8 comes even close to being as difficult as this level. This game is not hard, this mission is just really poorly designed. And that's where you come to the conclusion that Capcom did not fix the problem like they want you to believe in this mini documentary.
これでいけるわ。これでいいよね。来た。なるほど。こういうことか。
最終的には、いろんな工夫ができる上での死に物狂いっていうのが達成できたんじゃないのかなと。
ミレッジがバイオハザードになったなって。ミレッジがバイオハザードになったなって。
No, they actually need to get their shit together. Pulling an arrow out of her leg, we spot an old lady by the previously locked red gate. Why she didn't open it when I was getting turned into a fucking pancake, I have no idea. Approaching her, she gives us information on Rosemary.
In life and in death, we give glory.
Hello? You shouldn't be out here. It's not safe. What the hell? Hey, can you hear me?
It's you, the child's father.
Child? Hey, wait. Do you mean Rose? Is she here?
Rose! Rose, yes. She is in great danger. Since Mother Miranda brought her to the village, we have fallen into darkness.
What are you talking about? The monsters?
The castle bell heralds danger. They're coming!
No. Wait. Where's Rose? Who's Mother Miranda?
The bell tolls for us all. They're coming again!
Rose is here?
The old hag is a very mysterious character. She's always giving Ethan these cryptic messages that really offer more questions than answers. What's really creepy is how she's the only human that walks around the village with ease. Seriously, I never understood why the Lycans never attacked her. I mean, I'm human and even I want to take a bite. Going up to the church, we find a note that says, should disaster fall upon the village, seek out the crests. One is in the care of the church, and the other is at Louisa's house. Looking to your left, we see the Maiden Crest, and notice 5 portraits in the altar. Sprinting past the field of Lycans, we run into Louisa's house. Unfortunately, there must have been a curfew, because the gate is locked. Hearing whispers, we approach the voices.
Close the door, please.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Stay back.
Please, don't hurt us.
Whoa. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just glad to see normal people at last. Have you seen any other survivors?
No. They're all in Louisa's house. And she's not answering and the gate is locked.
Quiet girl. He's an outsider.
Oh. Shit, we're sitting ducks in here. Can your old man walk?
No. One of the monsters cut him. He's lost a lot of blood. We have to get into Louisa's house.
Quiet! Must be a way inside. Stay here. Be quiet. And don't move until I get those gates open.
I I love running into other people in horror games. I mean, they usually live as long as a stillborn child, but after getting my ass eaten by a bunch of wolves for about an hour, it was comforting to see some friendly faces.
Pizza time.
I mean, maybe they're friendly because that's just who they are, or maybe it's because they're afraid of me, and don't get me wrong, they should be. We quickly break through the back window, unlock the gate, and offer sanctuary to our new friends.
Come on.
Honestly, these people kind of deserve to die for not figuring this one out.
Took your damn time. Oh, you're welcome.
He's not used to relying on other people. I'm sorry. We'll be safe in here, won't we?
Safer here than out there, that's for sure. Hey, do you know anything about what's going on around here?
It doesn't make any sense. Mother Miranda has always protected us.
Nobody's answer.
Father? We have to get inside.
Hello? Anybody home?
Maybe a familiar voice. Louisa! Open up! It's me, Elena!
Stop shouting. You'll draw the monsters.
Julian, calm down.
Who's this?
A friend.
Stay back.
Greeted with a warm welcome, we meet Lulian. This guy is great at trigger discipline. Okay, being this alert is probably justified, and you don't really know who you can trust.
Stop shouting. You'll draw the monsters.
But I don't know.
Who's this?
I just don't like this guy's energy, you know?
My father will die out here.
That's not my problem.
What?
You also meet Louisa. I love Louisa. She's kind-hearted, charitable, and has a huge cock.
I said go.
She is a bit wary of Ethan at first, but after Elena vouches for us,
who's this?
A friend.
She seems to trust us completely.
But if Elena trusts you, then so do I. Come inside, Ethan.
Entering the house, and it feels really cozy in here. There's a save point, a photo book of all the village's beautiful locations, which you probably shouldn't visit right now, religious zealotry.
This way.
Louisa introduces us to the entire population of the village, something Anton, the village drunk, makes very clear.
What the fuck is this? Outsiders, you're gonna get us all killed.
Right, Anton. He helped Leonardo and Elena.
We were doing fine by ourselves.
Please, Ethan, take a seat.
Is this all that's left? From your entire village?
All that's left? All that's left? There is no one left! A worthless invalid, a stupid, wailing bitch, and you! You drag a bloody man and an outsider in here like it's nothing and expect to be all safe? There is no safe! Every sorry bastard out there has been ripped in half. But tomorrow? Tomorrow we'll all be dead. Just like her damn husband. Put a sock in it, Roxana!
That's enough! This house has protected my family for generations. And drunk or not, you are all welcome and safe in here.
Whatever.
Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?
We don't know. One day we were a quiet, devout village, and the next, the monsters came and attacked us. And they kept coming.
Wait, Louisa. Where is your husband? Did they?
No. No, he is out there. Somewhere. He went to get help. Yes, that's it. He went to fetch help. Let us pray. For him. For all of us. Good idea. Come. Gather.
Great ones, hear our voice, together as one in reverence.
Surrounded by a group of crazed disciples of Mother Miranda and a non-believer, we awkwardly sit at the table waiting for the prayer to end. Lucky for me, this nightmare would soon be over, because the drunkard's tale was right, except most of us weren't dying tomorrow, but tonight.
We call on thee, within the endless dark, to deliver us into fate's hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, so we make our sacrifice and await the light at the end. In life and in death, we give you glory, Mother Miranda.
Now, the tea should be ready. Come help me, Elena, please.
That prayer, I've heard it before. There was an old woman near the graveyard.
Give me the hag. Bitch is crazy as a bag of rats.
There is wisdom in her devotion, though. And I hope it protected her as it shall protect us.
What are you doing?
Leonardo, what's wrong? Are you okay?
Father!
Elena, no, stay back!
No, let me go!
He'll kill us both! We have to go!
Let him go!
Elena?
I said no! Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Father.
Hey, that wasn't your father anymore. You did the right thing. Elena, no! There's nothing you can do!
Papa!
This entire place is collapsing!
No!
You couldn't save him. He was already gone.
Leave me alone!
No, we're getting out of here. Together. I gotta get out of here.
I'm not gonna lie, it takes a lot of balls to shoot your father in the face with a 12 gauge.
Let him go!
Mine never stuck around, so I never got the opportunity.
I said no!
Now, despite Leonardo killing the vibe, I love this scene. I'm sorry, Louisa, but that stab through the heart was clean as fuck. Also, Anton hitting Leonardo in the back of the head with the bottle and the first sign of trouble, that's the type of alcoholic I strive to be. I'm also gonna assume he had a brain aneurysm shortly after. Also, this shot of Leonardo hanging from the ceiling is so badass. The first time playing this, it was genuinely creepy being that close to someone turning into a lichen. Elena and I escape into the garage? At least I think it's a garage. There's a random fucking truck here. And I console her for the loss of her father. In an attempt to escape, Ethan comes up with a brilliant plan. Use the truck and drive it through the house.
What are you thinking?
Step back. We can bust out with this.
Come on, it'll hold. There, that's our way out.
Thank God. But what then? The village is still full of monsters. We can't fight them, there's too many.
Hey, don't talk like that. We'll find a safe house to put you in until I can find my daughter. My hunch is she's in that old castle.
No. That place is full of nothing but blood and death. And I don't want to be alone while you're... Father?
Elena, no. That's not him. Not anymore.
He said my name. Father!
Wait, it's not safe! Stay there! Come on! Give me your hand!
Ethan, go! Save your daughter!
Elena, don't give up! Reach for me! God damn it! Why is everyone dying on me?
Elena just seems to fall into the fire and just fucking vaporize in 2 seconds. There's a whole car there. Why didn't the body like hit the car, make some noise? No, she just like instantly just gets consumed by the fire. I never really understood that. Where the fuck did her body go?
Why is everyone dying on me?
They also don't have money for a good script, apparently. Our next objective is to find Lulian, the sole survivor of Louise's house. Our reunion is gonna be legendary. Guys, I found Lulian.
What was that?
Death. Yes. Death has visited them all.
Now, to master the art of breaking into high-profile locations, first you must master the art of stealth. Now, I have played a plethora of Bethesda games, the best AI in the business, so I know what I'm talking about.
No sense keeping you in bed anymore.
Crouch walking through the depths of the castle, we enter a room. Lifting off this lever, we successfully sneak into the castle. Fuck.
Didn't think anyone was left. You must be pretty tough. Huh.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, you're not local. Even better. Mother Miranda's gonna love you. Quit your whining. We're almost there.
The man is of no real use to anyone else, and my daughters do so love entertaining foreigners. Furthermore, I can assure you that you entrust the mortal to House Dimitrescu. My daughters and I will deliver to you the finest.
Way ugly! I want to see! He's awake!
Doesn't shut the fuck up!
What? Where?
You mean you'll screw around with him in private, and where's the fun in that? Give him to me, and I'll put on a show that everybody can enjoy.
Ugh, so gauche. What do we care for bread and circuses? The man thinks suffering is assured.
Yak, yak, as a man's dick is cut off in the castle, blah, blah, blah.
I've heard all your arguments. Some of you were less persuasive than others, but I've made my decision. Heisenberg, the man's fate is in your hands.
Mother Miranda, I must protest. Heisenberg is but a child, and his devotion to you is questionable. Give the mortal to me, and I will ensure he is ready.
Shut your damn hole! And don't be a sore loser! Go find your food somewhere else.
Quiet now, child. Adults are talking.
I'm the child. You're the one who's arguing with Miranda's decision.
You wouldn't know responsibility if it was welded
to
keep
glory! One day your head might actually fit your ego!
Hey, don't I get a say in this?
Silence! My decision is final. There will be no argument. Remember from whence you came.
Thank you.
You wake up in an assembly between the heads of the four houses. Founded in ancient times, the four noble families are a political alliance that controlled Tomato Town since its existence. That is until it was taken over by Mother Miranda in the 20th century. In other words, about an hour into the game, you're pretty much looking at all the bosses you have to defeat. And if you paid attention to the environmental storytelling, you'll notice the game doesn't really make it a big secret either. The game's already hinted at their involvement in the village since the very beginning. For example, visiting the church, you can spot the four lords in a photo. There's the villagers that are straight up praying to Mother Miranda. One thing that I found really cool is that Mother Miranda's face is covered, initially making it this big mystery for players. Like, what does she look like? But if you look at this photo in the church, you can see exactly what she looks like right away. Now, for some reason, I'm just like really interested in seeing all these different characters and seeing whose face they were modeled by in real life. Here's the model for Mother Miranda. If you check her photo shoots out, you can actually tell that Capcom really liked this photo in particular, as they photoshopped it onto Mother Miranda's picture in the game. It's very satisfying when a game rewards you with information for just simply looking around. I genuinely feel like I didn't waste my time or anything just checking the church out, and I don't know, that was really cool. I also think it's funny how Heisenberg has such a huge influence on the village that he knows Ethan isn't local when Winters doesn't instantly recognize him.
Who the fuck are you? Oh, you're not local.
The four lords consist of Alcina Domitrescu, the vampire countess of the castle Domitrescu, Donna Beneviento, the puppeteer, a certified baddie who rarely talks, but instead communicates through her doll Angie, whom she controls, Salvatore Moraeu, a heavily mutated hybrid of a hunchback man and a fish, the ugliest and most overlooked character, both in the story and the fandom. Carl Heisenberg, my favorite character, bender of metal and owner of Heisenberg's factory. There's also a Breaking Bad joke here somewhere, I just don't feel like writing it. A couple things I love about this scene, getting to see these two egotistical maniacs going at each other's throats is always funny. This is easily the best scene in the game.
Thanks. Huh. Lycans and gentlemen, we thank you for waiting. And now let the games begin. Let's see what you have. Ethan Winters. Get ready. No, wait! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The tunnels are filled with lichens, pouring through the walls, some stalking behind you, others bursting down doors. Ethan has to kick down multiple barricades just to get through. Running through a bridge, you get confronted by Urias. He knocks you down into what looks like the tunnel leading down to Diagon Alley.
You're still alive? Impressive.
The ceiling is filled with spikes slowly descending onto the ground. Now, the exit is pretty simple. You just kick another barricade and crouch walk forward. Personally, I decided to edge the trap.
Oh, it's gonna get me. It's gonna get me. Oh, fucking loser Heisenberg.
I also highly recommend new players don't edge the... After getting cornered by another one of Heisenberg's deadly traps, the lords assume Ethan looks something like this, and then go about their business. Honestly, I don't blame them.
Nothing like fresh American ground beef!
Too close. Wait, do those freaks have Rose?
After navigating through and ending up in the courtyard, you meet the Duke.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winters.
How do you know my name?
Anyone who is anyone has heard of the likes of you. A hero searching for his daughter. Though I must say, that castle arouses suspicion.
Yeah, and so do you.
I am but a humble merchant.
Here?
Oh, forgive my manners. Call me the Duke. Now to business. Weapons, ammunition, healing salves, anything you desire, I can provide.
He's an obese man who's just as jolly as he is mysterious. Although he has a history of being the village's main merchant for years, with logs showing how he's done business with even Alcina Demetresque, no one besides Ethan ever interacts with him during gameplay. You can even find the Duke in several locations on the map, even next to locations that are very fucking dangerous. Yet, similar to the Hag, the Duke is completely immune to the horrors of Tomato Town. Despite actually looking human, he has this very spiritual energy about him. He's like almost like a ghost or a god. The wiki states he seems to have an omnipresent, omniscient, and immortal nature. And it's true, he seems to know exactly what's going on. In fact, your first interaction with him, he knows exactly who you are and the fate of your daughter.
How do you know my name?
Anyone who is anyone has heard of the likes of you. A hero searching for his daughter.
He also seems to take, like, no damage whatsoever when you attack him.
My, that's a lot of destructive power.
Not only does his Emporium serve everyone in the village, including you, but he also serves as a guide, suggesting where you should go in order to find your daughter.
If she is truly here, the lady of the castle would have kept little Rose in her private chambers, would she not?
Demetresque?
At first, I really enjoyed the Duke's presence. He appears rather helpful, and there's nothing like seeing a consistent friendly face every once in a while. God forbid our villager friends tried staying alive for more than 5 fucking minutes.
For God's sake, Julian, let us in.
No, they'll smell the blood. You'll endanger us all.
Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you.
But after a while, my optimistic opinion of the Duke began to deteriorate when I realized his friendly nature was just a facade.
Fucking joker.
Now, I'm not saying he's pure evil, but after a while, you kind of realize he's manipulating the shit out of you.
You don't have to trust my words. But do you have any better options?
He does provide you with supplies and clues on your adventure. Selling valuables and going from completely fucking broke to being able to stack upgrades is incredibly rewarding. But the Duke isn't being nice here. He's effectively grooming you into becoming his bounty hunter and looter.
This is all an investment, even.
The whole game, you're the Duke's pawn, and you're powerless to his schemes, because you need him to find Rose. The only reason you're deep diving these locations collecting valuables is because the Duke placed you there, and he knows your whole mission to save your daughter is completely reliant on his help. So he leads you into these dangerous locations where Ethan is forced to kill everything in sight. Turns out when enemies have a knack of dropping jewelry or spontaneously crystallizing into valuable statues, suddenly killing these people becomes a way of making money. But how do you get a man like Ethan, a white, suburban father, into killing everything for you? Well, you tell him it's to save his daughter. Some might see child abduction as a tragedy to an undeserving, innocent family, but the Duke sees it as it should be, a business opportunity.
Securing goods is more important than anything. Anything, my friend.
The Duke doesn't give a fuck about saving your daughter, but if he can motivate you into killing everyone and looting their valuables in the name of saving Rose, he will, and he does. Rosemary isn't in the castle. The Duke knows this. In fact, he knows exactly where Rose is, what predicament she's in, how to save her life, and he can tell you immediately. But telling you how to save her immediately isn't profitable, so he keeps that information to himself, until revealing only bits and pieces whenever it can further manipulate you into going someplace else.
Go and seek out the man who lives there. Then we can continue our conversation.
As for now, he needs you in the castle, and what better way to convince you than plant the idea that your missing daughter might be in there.
Though I must say, that castle arouses suspicion.
Yeah, and so do you.
How much blood and sweat do you think it took to raise those daughters?
You know, they say love is timeless. Unfortunately, so are the blood-sucking, misandrogonistic sadists who are actively trying to castrate you.
Maybe I'll keep a souvenir.
Castle Dimitrescu is one of the most compelling places in Resident Evil Village. The overall structure of the estate dates back to the European Middle Ages and largely conforms to architectural concepts derived from its High Renaissance period. Crafted from stratified limestone comprising the turrets and battlements which adorn the castle's fog-enshrouded towers and snowy balustrades, the interior ornamentals of the castle adopt a more heavily Baroque style, which came into prominence during the 17th century and suggests the castle may have been updated during that time. The castle's lower recesses, which are host to a storage basement, wine cellar, and vaulted dungeon fortified with iron cages, are decaying from disrepair and addled with gore left behind from its owner's violent activities on the prisoners contained therein. The upper echelons of the castle, by contrast, are exquisitely decorated with twisting hallways lacquered in ornate golden gildings of vines, expensive furniture, and velvet carpet lining the checkered marble floors. Tall columns and pillars support the high domed ceilings of many chambers and are filled with statues, painting, and crests bearing the history of the Dimitrescu bloodline. If you're interested in downloading lore-unfriendly mods, I highly suggest swapping these beautiful artifacts with pictures of SpongeBob. Fireplaces in these rooms duly serve as prominent centerpieces and a means for the castle's denizens to burn the remains of those victimized by them. Light is intentionally left to minimize scones and candelabras, with many windows having been draped in thick curtains, leaving the vast majority of the castle steeped in shadow and secrecy. The castle's exterior features several scarecrows among the fields, although compared to the traditional scarecrows seen in the village, these scarecrows are the hollowed out bodies of Dimitrescu's male victims. Basically, this place fucking rocks.
Except everything's locked.
Man blood.
Mother, I bring you fresh prey.
You are so kind to me, daughters. Now, let's take a look at him. Well, Ethan Winters. You escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you? Let's see how special you are.
Yes, Mother. Yes, Mother.
Starting to go a little stale.
Then let's devour his man-flesh quickly, Mother.
I am the one who captured him.
Now, daughters. First, I must inform Mother Miranda. But later, well, there will be enough for everyone. Udama!
Let me down!
Oh, be careful what you wish for, Ethan Winters.
Wait, what are you doing?
Ethan, with both his hands cut open, scans the room, and a medkit conveniently spawns into existence. Seriously, the game doesn't even try to invent a reason for one being there. You're just gonna have to believe that in a castle owned by a bunch of immortal vampires and witches, there's medical supplies in their private chambers. I know my infant daughter is probably on the verge of being sacrificed to Mother Miranda, but I can't give up the opportunity to take this stellar photo of the fireplace. Ethan's Twitter bio says 3 things: loving father, greatest husband, well, but first, dedicated photographer. Ahead we spot a creepy secret door, but not before looting the maroon eye ring from it.
Village has this feature where you'll be given an item that has an other item hidden inside. For example, we find a door with a statue on it, and it just so happens to be missing a maroon eye. Now you can try to shove the maroon eye ring in the socket, but it won't fit. So what you'll want to do is inspect the maroon eye ring and remove the eye, and then you can place it on the door. I love the inspect mechanic. Looking at the jewelry that you find from the enemies are awesome to look at. Oh, ammo's another cool one.
They usually have really cool design for their cases. I don't know, I really like that. Like, any opportunity I get to look at an item or model, I pretty much used. Capcom did a really great job with the graphics and overall aesthetics of this game. After escaping our prison, we enter the main hall, and this serves as the main hub for Castle Dimitrescu, with each door leading to a section of the level Ethan can jump into. Our main objective, however, is to find Rose, restore the masks that are missing from these statues, and get the fuck out of here.
I'm not gonna lie, I had no idea where to go at first, and Cassandra took a nice chunk out of me.
Mother said sail, but I can choose animation.
I want you. Running into Alcina's dressing room, we kick down a random barricade that leads us deeper into the castle and away from Cassandra's grasp. Not that I was really complaining.
Jesus Christ!
What is
He's
it?
got an erection! What?
Here, you can find a maid's diary, detailing her experience being hired at the castle and how the Dimitrescus used to abuse their workers. Apparently another maid, Adela, made a mistake and was slashed with a knife, which scared the shit out of people. But here's something that's important. Apparently our mysterious maid opened a window and the 3 daughters panicked. As previously mentioned, the windows in the castle are either draped in thick curtains or destructible, allowing the cold air to enter. Maybe that'll give us a clue on how to fight these women. It also seems that the maid is afraid of being brought down to the cellar where she'll never be seen again.
Now below the castle are the storage basements and a wine cellar, which the Dimitrescus use to imprison women and run experiments on them. You can even find notes specifying candidates and rejects. Notice how most of them are probably dead. Down here, you'll find the surviving candidates, or more accurately, they'll find you.
What the fuck?
Meet the Moraeu. Named after Moraeu, a vampiric creature in Romanian folklore, Moraeu are the female version. They're the lost maids of the castle who've been kidnapped and experimented on with mold. Yes, the very same mold that started this mess. While the introduction might leave people shitting themselves, you have nothing to be afraid of. To call them sluggish would be a massive understatement. They're loud, slow, and feeble. You also learn quickly that when the AI hits a wall, they'll kindly walk back to their post, giving you the perfect opportunity to chain your knife attacks. Interesting fact, after killing a random Moraeu, she'll drop Ingrid's necklace. This item has no importance to the game whatsoever and can be sold for lay. But for players who've played the Resident Evil Village Maiden demo for PlayStation 5, this item might seem familiar.
In the maiden demo, you play as an unnamed silent protagonist who was a maid for Castle Dimitrescu. Waking up as a prisoner in the dungeons of the castle, you find notes from a previous prisoner giving you clues on how to escape, and even more logs detailing the mysterious disappearances of previous maids. Eventually, our silent protagonist escapes the dungeon and enters the castle proper. The castle, which wasn't originally owned by Dimitrescu, is used to produce a high-quality wine known as Sanguis Virginis. Now, we're not talking about your sex life. No, this is a special wine made specifically by Dimitrescu, which translates to maiden blood in Latin. Except it isn't some quirky, edgy name. The wine is brewed with literal maiden's blood. The maiden, our character, finds the courtyard key, but unfortunately is attacked and bitten by Cassandra. Retreating to the courtyard, she's...
So we finally...
Anyway, halfway through the demo, you can find a necklace named Necklace, but find the same necklace in the full game and it's called Ingrid's Necklace, confirming that the maiden, or silent protagonist, or whatever of the maiden demo is named Ingrid and was experimented on and turned into a Moraeu after getting impaled by Alcina. Speaking of maidens and women getting impaled, did you know that you actually never run into a male enemy in the castle? You see, both men and women from the village were systematically butchered and consumed by the Dimitrescu, but men weren't that lucky enough to be experimented on afterwards. They actually just lost their lives along with every inch of blood in their body. You've already seen some of these lucky gentlemen, for example, the aforementioned individuals volunteering as scarecrows in the vineyard. Basically, you're the only living being with a penis in Alcina's presence. Well, you and the Duke.
Time to squeeze my own balls.
Where are you going, little one?
Bullets cannot harm.
You stupid man thing!
Bela can be identified by her blonde hair and a red pendant. She's also the one that captures you when you enter the main hall of the castle. The wiki states that she's quiet, with a strong head on her shoulders. The quiet part is true. She doesn't seem to use a lot of words when critiquing the taste of your flesh and blood.
Not bad.
As for the headstrong part, Bela is for sure the most headstrong, but overall, I think Bela is pretty fucking stupid. Listen, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. There's no reason Bela should be able to calculate Ethan's bullets phasing through her and breaking a window open. That's an honest mistake. But to continue to stay in the room and fight Ethan Winters, knowing full well he can kill you,
Not like this.
is beyond idiotic. At first, I actually thought the daughter's weakness was light or good writing, but interestingly enough, it's actually the cold air that hurts them the most, providing further context on the note on why the daughters lost their shit when Adela opened that window. Unsurprisingly, the girls aren't humanoid. We know that because they're made entirely out of a particular kind of bug, and they're able to shapeshift seamlessly between forms. When I was being chased underground and saw Bela phase through prison bars, that experience definitely puckered my asshole a bit. Under the cold, however, Bela loses her powers. She also becomes vulnerable to Ethan's attacks. Probably has something to do with the massive amount of bugs you can see freezing to death in real time. An effect so cool, it's almost worth the 40 frames you lose when you see it. Bela's fight isn't too hard, nor is her behavior complicated. If you're somewhat far away, she'll start sprinting at you. If you're really far away, she'll fucking leap at you, and if you're close, she'll swing at you, which can lock you into a stun and deal massive amounts of damage. The key in this fight is blocking, countering, and/or spacing. Nail these mechanics correctly, and Bela goes down relatively easily. Character review right now, I give Bela a 4 out of 10. The voice acting, the drip, everything about her that the player can experience is great.
Wet, bright red blood.
What? But it's also the lack of what you get to experience that's her downfall, and leaves much to be desired. I was genuinely shocked at how fast we killed her in this game. I don't even know who Bela is, and now she's nothing but a crystallized torso. Afterwards, we cut through the kitchen and pick up Sanguis Virginis. I also can't help but notice that the Domitresques eat puppies. With 2 daughters left to go, we can either fight Cassandra or Daniela. The last key we need is the Domitresque key. We're gonna check Alcina's quarters for them. It makes the most logical sense that it's there, and also I know it is because I've beaten the game. First, we must go through the Hall of Ablution, a lavish room with exquisite statues, stunning paintings, and a nice, warm blood pool for Ethan to bathe in. In order to find the super secret way to the terrace, we must first solve the puzzle, and the clue for it is in an engraving on the wall. Women are blind to male advances, but the poor shall take their chances to give their lord their bounty sown, so that soon the wine may flow.
Mother Miranda, I regret to inform you that Ethan Winters has escaped that fool Heisenberg. Because he is in my castle and has already proven too much for my daughters to handle. When I find him... No, Mother Miranda. Yes, of course, I understand the importance of the ceremony. I won't let you down. To hell with the ceremony! That man will pay for what he's done.
Inside Alcina's room, we find an empty crib.
Rose, where are you?
And even her diary, explaining how she felt in the meeting with her family. Apparently, she sees herself as above her other siblings, calling them miscreant, and even expresses wanting to kill Heisenberg for disrespecting her. She's also pretty fucking pissed that Miranda picked Heisenberg to kill Ethan over her, and questions her entire relationship with her mother because of that. Alcina, just because you believe you're better than everybody, doesn't mean your mother's gonna start believing it too.
Oh shit.
There you are. All this for a child who isn't even here.
What the hell do...
You ungrateful, selfish wretch! You come into my house! You lay your filthy man-hands on my daughters! And now you even try to steal my property! How dare Rest while you can! Because I will hunt you, and I will break you!
Go ahead, do your worst.
I like how the game can end like an hour in, but instead of killing Ethan, Alcina just decides...
Look at
Like I'd let you get away.
Sorry, what? Do you guys see Ethan just like trying to run away? She's like 9 foot tall. What do you do?
You'll be sliced to ribbons before you ever see a child.
This segment is definitely the funniest part of the game, solely on the user interface. The game telling you your right hand is unusable, and just how fucking pathetic blocking looks. And I love how the severed hand is actually just an item that you pick up. Escaping from Domitresque, we use the castle key to unlock the next door and collect the Mask of Sorrow.
Running will get you nowhere!
Screw this castle.
Now that we're back in the courtyard, we have several places to go. I went back to the Dukes to upgrade my pistol.
And found that Miss Domitrescu just regularly spawns now. That's fucking cool.
You disgusting outsider!
Apologize with your life. Apologize with your life. With your life.
I must get a hold of myself.
Cassandra can be identified by her brown hair and yellow pendant. Cassandra is the middle child, and ironically, her mother's favorite.
I want that man's head! Now go! Of course, Mother.
The best way to describe Cassandra would be that she's the complete opposite personality of Bela. When it comes to murdering you, I believe drowning in your blood is a great motivator for Bela.
Wet, bright red blood.
But that doesn't mean she has to enjoy all the chasing. I think it's a little boring for her.
Don't cause me trouble.
This is evident because even when she does kill you, she'll complain about how now she has to carry your body all the way to the kitchen. Cassandra, on the other hand, loves the thrill of the hunt. She'll torment her prey.
How's it feel?
Because unlike her sister, simply killing her victims would be a bit too boring for her.
Give me more of that beautiful voice.
She loves to play with her food. For example, if she ever does kill you, she's not done, and you can hear her pondering on whether or not she should castrate your corpse.
Maybe I'll keep a souvenir.
But defiling my manhood post-mortem is a bit of a turnoff for me. That's a 2 out of 10 for Cassandra. I don't want some crazy witch lady to Jeffrey Dahmer me when I'm dead. Cassandra is the daughter that appears the most and statistically kills the most players. That's because Cassandra actively chases you around the castle. You're just gonna run into her more. She usually appears when you try to walk through a door in the main hub.
I won't last until dinner.
Yet, despite all this mobility, the fight that ultimately determines her fate doesn't happen randomly throughout the castle. It's scripted just like the other sisters, which can be a little disappointing. Mainly because I have reason to believe that Domitrescu's daughters were originally designed to be another mobile threat like Alcina, and not scripted mini-boss fights. Throughout the castle, you'll find destructible windows that Ethan can break open, allowing the cold air to enter, just like Bela's cutscene. I believe originally, the fight was going to be more dynamic. Players could run or bait Cassandra to a nearby window, break it, and deal some damage. I also believe it would happen a couple times throughout the castle. After all, there are still a lot of leftover destructible windows in the game, and you can even get an achievement for breaking them all. Also, Cassandra doesn't follow you into the dining room, or anywhere near a destructible window, making this strategy impossible and the window breaking mechanic purely cosmetic. Being chased around the castle by Cassandra is still cool, but I wish that the fight that decided her fate wasn't a scripted event in an enclosed space like the other sisters. Also, her just not following you into these harmful locations is actually fucking smart. Maybe Bela should have taken some notes instead of being so suicidal. Anyway, another mechanic that makes me feel like there was supposed to be more to the sisters' gameplay is Cassandra having the ability to call her family members. This mechanic is practically hidden. It's so hard for me to proc, and it really only happened because I was recording footage. I put God mode on and purposely allowed Cassandra to hover me for like 10 minutes. In any normal playthrough, I never would have experienced this. The mechanic works like this. Cassandra can call on her family when she finds you, either her mother or her sisters.
Sisters, come get them.
Simple at first, but the mechanic feels like it was accidentally left in. One, because of how unreliable it is. Miss Domitrescu can appear after Cassandra calls her, but she doesn't come quickly or urgently. She just might show up, if at all. But the lack of urgency to escape because Domitrescu takes her sweet time, it just felt like an unpolished mechanic that quickly became more awkward than scary after a while. If Domitrescu does show up, Cassandra seems to leave you to her mother, and I like that there actually is a line for that interaction, so good job, Capcom.
Look forward to what Mother has in store.
2. Cassandra has the ability to call on her sisters, which makes no sense.
Sisters, come get them.
At this point in the game, Bela is dead,
reduced to atoms,
and Daniela is locked in the library. There is no way you can run into Cassandra and have this line make sense. After this cutscene in the beginning of the castle segment of the game, it is impossible to see the sisters in a room together again. So at any point when she's calling the sisters, no one shows up. I don't think this is the game's attempt at dramatic irony. I think the sisters were meant to be alive at this point. And it kind of makes you wonder what they had planned for the sisters if they were able to be called like this. 3. There's a lot of effort going into this animation for when she calls them, both graphically and audibly. Why would this mechanic that has its own unique animation, sound, and dialogue end up being underutilized and fucking useless? It just feels like this mechanic had more of a purpose than maybe Domitress shows up if she wants, or she calls her dead sisters.
Sisters, come get 'em.
I have a feeling Capcom was overly ambitious in designing the castle and had to cut a lot of corners in development. Either that or the sisters and their flies tanked performance so much that Capcom scrapped the idea of them pairing that often or together. Like, you have to remember, this game was supposed to work on consoles. 2 or 3 sisters spawning together with a bunch of flies all over the place, that would have been hell to optimize. Still, the first time you meet the sisters, they are literally roaming the castle when they find and capture you. Their entire lore is about hunting men and killing them. Something about restricting hunters to enclosed spaces and scripted events and gameplay, even if justified, it seems like such a wasted opportunity, and honestly, sort of contradictory to how they would realistically act. Past the red door, we gain passage to a new room with our newly acquired Domitress key and find the Mask of Pleasure. Unfortunately, when you take the mask off the statue, the door locks behind us, forcing us to crouch walk through a chimney and into the arsenal room. At least I think it's an arsenal room. There's a bunch of dynamite everywhere, a cannon with reserve ammo scattered around the floor, and some knight armor. Cassandra definitely did her work here though, because as soon as you enter the room, another trap is set off and you're forced to confront her.
You're going to die here.
What she didn't anticipate is for Ethan Winters to blow a hole through the wall with the massive amount of dynamite and weapons at his disposal.
Oh, so scary.
Which is like the fucking obvious thing to do. Cassandra, I'm really trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here. The use of gates is genius, but why? Why would you fight Ethan here, of all places? The dynamite opens up the wall, letting the cold air rush in. Now, we try to hold our own through peace and justice, but unfortunately, to save the ones that we love, we must give in to the dark side. Holy shit, Ethan, calm down! Jesus Christ! Afraid of my own power, I throw the lightsaber away. If I'm gonna save my dog... Back to reality, the fight plays out the exact same way as Bela, except Cassandra seems much more aggressive compared to her. While Bela seemed to strategize somewhat, for example jumping at you when you're far away, or have different varying attacks based on your location, Cassandra just seems to mindlessly run at you. But the thing that I find interesting is when Cassandra calcifies when she's killed, the way she goes is just fucking unnerving. I mean, this bitch really wanted my dick, and I mean literally. Daniela is located in the library, but you'll need the iron insignia key to enter. So you have to go downstairs and play this song on the piano. Afterwards, the piano rewards you with a key. I heard people criticize this puzzle for being too easy. I don't think the point for this one is difficulty. It plays the song Sogno, or Dream, by Paolo Tosti. This pianist type on YouTube who goes by Salvatore was kind enough to tell me about this song in his comment section. From what I understand, Sogno is a romantic song telling a sadistic story about a woman being pursued by a man. The woman forms a relationship with a man who eventually falls in love with her. The woman, who is a bit emotionally troubled, rejects him initially, but her rejection rejection only makes her realize how much she loves him too. But when she tries to hug him, he disappears, vanishes, and she realizes that the man was never real, just a dream. This song is clearly about longing for something that isn't there, and finding it in Alcina's castle, I started to speculate. Why does Alcina play this song? Does she identify with it? What is she longing for in her life? Now, Lady D might seem confident, but it's actually just an act. In truth, she's actually rather insecure, and like the lady in the song, deeply unhappy and longing for something that isn't there. One of her diary notes hints at a huge superiority complex and wanting desperately to be Mother Miranda's favorite, claiming that receiving a big house and 3 mutant daughters is surely a sign of Miranda's love for her. Yet, not being picked to decide Ethan's fate in the meeting has her questioning her entire relationship with Miranda.
Heisenberg, the man's fate is in your hands.
Mother Miranda, I must...
Some might see this as kind of sad. I do too. It also is kind of childish that she would just overreact this way.
Quiet now, child. Adults are talking.
I'm the child.
But it comes from a very human place. She wants to be loved and appreciated, and it's incredibly humanizing to read this side of her. I need a drink. I like that. That's cool.
Before facing Daniela in the library, you can find notes detailing how these daughters came to be. The 3 women were previous maids of the castle who were experimented on with the Cadu parasite. The Cadu created mutants such as the Lycans to even Alcina, the biologically immortal vampire-like creature that is chasing us throughout the castle. All human cells in her body were consumed by imitation blowflies born out of the parasite, which then assimilated her DNA and turned it into imitation human cells. None of the 3 successful test subjects remembered their life pre-experiment, and were adopted into the Domitrust family as Countess Domitrust's daughters. Alcina literally just took 3 women, violated their corpses by implanting parasites, and then adopted them into her family against their will. A lot of people feel bad for killing these daughters. I feel like I'm finally setting them free. There's this narrative in the fandom that Alcina loves her daughters, and Ethan killing them is a bit of a slight controversy. Players had a really hard time breaking this family apart, regardless of how many people they killed. They completely romanticized their relationship. It's a nice thought, and it makes sense because I don't think the game does a great job at showing you the depth of this situation outside of picking up notes. But this isn't a family, and Alcina's relationship with these victims, although she might feel it, isn't really love. These women are victims and have been brainwashed into slaughtering innocent people and their DNA manipulated into craving blood.
Mother, I bring you fresh prey.
You are so kind to me, daughters.
And this happened for hundreds of years. Daniela can be found in the library. You can give her cryotherapy by opening the skylight, causing her to take damage.
So you finally came to...
Daniela has almost entirely lost her mind. It's subtle, but she's clearly suffered the most.
Ow! So mean!
I just think it's funny. The daughter who is by far the most mentally gone ironically grounds you into the reality of the experimentations. Daniela is the most delusional of the 3 sisters. That being said, I also feel like she's the most innocent. She's very flirty and makes this whole battle between her and Ethan seem more like a game.
Bad boy!
I'm gonna come.
She also clearly doesn't understand the severity of the situation. In reality, one or both of her sisters are dead at this point, and there's a good chance she isn't leaving this room alive. Further into the fight, she'll realize how deadly this encounter actually is, and then ask questions like,
Why? Why would you do this?
she'll even complain like a toddler about how cold it is,
It's so cold!
and feels genuinely scared when she gets closer and closer to dying.
You'll kill me!
One detail I like is when you kill the other sisters, they start to swing like crazy. Like even in their last breath, they want to take you down with them. But with Daniela, it's just depressing.
A dream! This is a dream!
She's afraid of dying. She doesn't say anything threatening or growl at you. Once she realized that this might be the end,
Kill me!
she just pleads for her life.
I don't want to die.
I'm sick of bugs.
Leaving the library, we enter the Hall of Joy, and here we can find the Mask of Joy. And and a secret passage to the rooftops of the castle. But to get through the passage of the castle, we have to solve a puzzle. Here you'll find a large portrait of Lady Dimitrescu, another painting with 5 bells and a note. The note reads, "Let the 5 bells of this chamber ring out." And with each bell, you'll need a bullet to light them on fire. Fuck! Entering the attic of the castle, you can find the rumors of a dagger file. The note contains information on an antique knife, coated in a concoction of poisons specifically designed to kill demon and monsters. Further in, you can find the F2 rifle, leaning against a chair. One of the most powerful rifles in the game, and the first thing that'll have you twisting your own nipples trying to figure out how the inventory management works. The rooftops is one really cool, albeit short section of the game. Not only does the environment feel like some truly medieval shit, but stepping foot on the roof of the place where everything threatened to kill you is intoxicating. At this point, you've stormed a castle, killed an entire bloodline.
Entire bloodline of House Dimitrescu is done in by the likes of you.
Continuously broke the head of the castle's ankles in the hallways and are now on the rooftop, no scoping abominations of science. I can't help but feel like this castle is my bitch. You know, maybe abominations of science threw you off a bit. Here's what I'm talking about. Let me introduce the Samkas. Now these things might look like giant bat-like creatures from afar, but if you inspect one up close, you'll notice that it's eerily similar to that of a Moraeu. You know, give or take its extreme deformities like its poor eyesight, if it has any, a long, sharp tongue used for sucking out all your blood, and its grotesquely elongated fingers and arms. I mean, these things are fucking hideous.
Kind of sexy though, in a weird way.
Sniping them is pretty easy as the AI is just a little wonky. I mean, they literally don't even react to their fallen comrades getting hard scoped from afar. After neutralizing all the Samkas, we take a zipline to the Tower of Rage and find the Mask of Rage.
Okay.
Now with all 4 masks in our possession, it's time for us to break out of Castle Dimitrescu. Approaching the exit, we place all 4 masks in their respective statues. Approaching the exit, we place all 4 masks in their respective statues. We cross through the bridge and enter the Temple of Worship. Inside, we find a casket, and next to some poor guy's corpse is the Dagger of Death's Flower. Laced with poisons from around Europe, the Dagger of Death's Flower is the same dagger from the aforementioned Rumors of a Dagger file. And if you check the game's concept art, you can learn that this is the same dagger that was used in an assassination attempt on Alcina Dimitrescu years ago. God forbid you put some cool-ass information like that in the actual game, but... Ethan takes his shirt off and stabs Alcina in the waist. The poison causes Dimitrescu's skin to crack, and Alcina horrifically begins to mutate. Off screen. It's revealed that Lady Dimitrescu has turned into a The way to kill her is to hit her weak spot, the exposed body on top of her dragon torso. But as you progressively wear her down with lead, she becomes increasingly more bloodthirsty, trying extra hard to kill Ethan and destroying any piece of debris in her way. It's so awesome. Also, I don't know why she didn't just crush Ethan with her hands here. That's really fucking stupid. The fight eventually leads you both to the very top of the tower, where you're the closest you've ever been to Alcina since she didn't kill you. After blasting her a few more dozen times, Ethan Winters reigns victorious. Alcina Domitrescu begins to calcify, and in a final attempt to kill Ethan, grabs him as she plummets to the temple grounds. Realizing she's failed, she curses Ethan one more time.
You're the one who's...
With Alcina calcifying, we pick up her... Holy shit.
I will fuck it.
Graphically, this fight was beautiful. Seeing Alcina turn into a giant dragon completely threw me off. It was a nice surprise and a genuine attempt at body horror. Not enough to have me twisting my own nipples in fear, but honestly, this is a really cool design. I do think it would have been more horrifying if we saw her actually turn into the dragon though. I also really like that we ended up using the Dagger of Death's Flower. It's such a cool callback to that note, and honestly, it's a really cool weapon to use. Kind of a shame that Ethan dropped it though. The use of destructible environments was really cool, and the performance from Maggie Robertson was awesome. My favorite line is this one.
Dare you talk about saving your daughter when you murdered mine!
Yeah, Ethan's a piece of shit, but also not really, because they're murdering people left and right. But enough praises. In terms of gameplay, this shit sucked. I'm virtually unimpressed with how Village's boss fights are designed in general, but there is a whole bunch of other boss fights to get to, so we'll talk about that when we can. As for Alcina, she has to be the worst fight in the game, hands down. Even on the hardest difficulty, Alcina's boss fight starts to feel like less of a challenge and more of an interactive cutscene. I love how when you look up a strategy guide on how to beat her, it'll say,
essentially, the strategy boils down to running laps around the roof, shooting her body, while not getting pounced on.
And it's true, this boss fight that they've been building up since the very beginning is incredibly easy and fucking boring. Not only is it uninspired in its gameplay, with Domitrescu either just running at you or shooting the bloat flies from afar, but this mission is also just incredibly predictable. After the second lap around the tower, I knew that was it. I became so bored, at some point I just started chasing her. And then it was like a different story playing out, like she was running away from me. Honestly, that was pretty cool. After stepping over Domitrescu's calcified remains, we grab a mysterious flask. And not knowing what the hell it is, we try to find the only man who does.
Looks like I'm getting out of this place.
Leaving Castle Domitrescu, we enter a cabin to save our game, but next to the typewriter is a note talking about a mysterious key that's been crafted. Afterwards, we enter a cave and canonically make Ethan a non-vegan.
Just fucking stay dead, okay?
Venturing further, we follow the echoed prayers of an old friend.
Dead ones, hear our voice together as one in reverence. We call on thee within the endless dark, to deliver us into fate's hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, we await the light at the end. In life and in death, glory to Mother Miranda.
Hey, remember me? I almost died up at that castle. Tell me, what is going on around here?
How can a man be almost dead? That's a question for the wise.
You know what I mean. And I still haven't found Rose. Where did Mother Miranda take her?
You're too late. Or maybe almost too late. The child will be sacrificed, life for life.
What kind of sick medieval shit is this? She's just a baby.
The crests of the four bloodlines may open the path you seek.
Will you please stop talking in riddles? I just want to find my daughter.
It's only a riddle if you don't know the answer.
Wait a second. That looks familiar. Hey, wait!
This scene is pretty self-explanatory. We have to save Rose before she gets sacrificed.
Life for life.
The old hag points out the crests of the four lords, symbolizing their history controlling the village together, while also bearing an eerily similar logo to the Blue Umbrella, the American division of the Umbrella Corporation. We open a small chest that the hag left us. Inside is the winged key. We travel towards the altar, located at the heart of the village. Here we meet the Duke once again, who reveals some pretty horrifying shit about the flasks.
It was all worthless.
Is that so? I assume you've picked up something of value.
Not sure if it's of value, but...
Why, you have your daughter right in your own hands.
What are you saying?
Take a closer look. That flask seems to contain her head.
No. What?
Rose is...
Don't say another word! This is impossible! This just can't be!
Your daughter's essence is still intact. Her powers are truly unique.
Who could even do this?
She can be saved, you know.
Saved? From this? Are you insane?
There's a house with a red chimney on the western side of the village. Go and seek out the man who lives there. Then we can continue our conversation.
Quit holding out and get to the damn point!
You don't have to trust my words. But do you have any better options? Your choice. The customer is always right. After all.
You'll pay if I find out this is a lie. Fucking joker.
With no options left, we reluctantly travel to the house with the red chimney. We need a jackhammer to lift this vehicle, which you can find in this locked workshop with the do not enter sign. Funny enough, if you find this workshop in the beginning of the game, you'll notice it's locked and barricaded. But after the castle segment, it's just locked. You're telling me while the sexy version of Hitler is out here obliterating your loved ones and Lulian, the barricade burglar is still at large. Inside the workshop is a cabinet with a pretty hefty passcode lock. Thankfully, some fucking dumbass put "look out the window" in the back of this photo. You know, you gotta love leaving hints for people who are gonna steal. Breaking through the roof of the red chimney, we jump down and find the owner, dead as fuck, getting snacked on by a lichen. Or so it seems. Upon further inspection, you can notice the lichen not only refuses to eat our friend, but is also an incredible mime. After blowing the lichen's head off, we loot a key part. Combined with the winged key makes the four-winged key. Bringing the key to the Duke, he gives us the game plan.
How was it? Did you learn anything?
I found these feathers. Now tell me how to fix this like you said you would.
Settle down. First, you must use that key and collect all of your little Rose's flasks.
Where are the rest of them?
There are 4 in total. You have the one, and the other lords have the rest.
Lords?
Mother Miranda is the cold, calculating ruler of this village. 4 lords serve under her. The first you've already met, the Lady Dimitrescu. The second lives deep in a valley of mist, the doll maker, Donna Beneviento. None of her playmates have ever come back from that dank old estate. The third is Moraeu, a being of twisted flesh that lives in the reservoir past the windmills. It is said that he is not the only monster that lives in those waters. The fourth and most dangerous is Heisenberg. He works in his factory on the village outskirts. And the project, let's just say parts of the human imagination are better left alone. If you truly wish to save your daughter, you must first gather the 4 flasks. I'll do you a personal favor. I've marked the Lord's locations on your map. Some treasures still lurk in this village. I'm sure each one will prove of great use to you.
Why are you doing all this?
Why, it's all part of our first-class customer service. Please do come again soon.
The Duke essentially gives us our next mission objective. We have to collect the 4 flasks, eliminate the rest of the lords, and save our baby Rose.
Don't leave. I can't let you.
Using the 4-winged key, we open a gate leading right to the mountainous regions located in the outskirts of Tomato Town. While many areas in the village welcome you with corpses of past residents, the first thing that greets you on the passage to House Beneviento is an entire skeleton laying next to a grave. This is giving me a lot of Fallout vibes.
You fought valiantly, but to no avail, and the village soon follows.
Further down, you're met with dolls hanging from the trees, more graves, as well as a disfigured doll just chilling inside a stroller. Most likely symbolism for the current state that Rose is in. If this is Donna's doing, she's both clever and a major asshole. We cross a weak wooden bridge. Afterwards, we find a gate that opens on its own.
Ethan.
What?
Ethan, come with me. There's something I have to tell you.
Mia?
The visions keep appearing and reappearing, baiting us closer and closer to House Beneviento. All the while, Ethan questions his sanity.
Rose feels different. Ethan, you have to fix her.
What the hell is this?
Everyone leaves me. Even Rose. I don't want to kill her.
This can't be real.
We find a grave belonging to a Beneviento. We can't really read out the name, but the date reads 1987 to 1996. This is the grave of a 9-year-old relative of Donna's, possibly a cousin, a sister, or even her daughter. Give up your memories, the sign at the right of the door says. We insert our photo of Mia and Rose and make our way to the Beneviento mansion. Setting foot on the property for the first time, I was just taken away by the beautiful waterfall overlooking the mansion. The Beneviento mansion rests on the edge of a cliff, and the building is 2 stories tall and has a gated garden in the front entrance. Walking through the gates, I realize how little I know about the mansion. Characters built up Castle Domitresque as this
Place is full of nothing but blood and death.
But aside from a few words from the Duke, we virtually have no information on Beneviento. Even in the meeting, we got nothing from Donna, who stayed completely silent throughout, which is what I love about this section. Neither the player nor Ethan have any idea about what they're getting into here. It's incredibly reminiscent of entering the baker's house for the first time. You know, there's something about the Biohazard games and entering seemingly abandoned homes that are actually incredibly fucking haunted.
I'm the Flying Dutchman.
I'm surprised Ethan doesn't get PTSD just looking at houses.
What the fuck?
One really cool thing about this place is not only finding a self-portrait of Donna and Angie, but also finding out that she's pretty fucking hot.
Shh. Daddy's right here.
There's leftover yarn on the floor. Some closets are stuffed with Donna's family's possessions, while many others remain completely empty. There's a room on the top floor that shows no sign of use, with the wallpapers peeling off due to age and deterioration. The windows are smeared with dust and dirt.
Fuck! The windows!
That's what I'm saying. One thing that is peculiar are the leftover food, which looks fresh, and stains on the cups of coffee that look pretty recent. Almost as if Donna's been having visitors. The question is, who? We go down the hallway at the end of the first floor and stand before an elevator.
After exploring a bit, we come across Angie with a rose flask on her lap. But before we can grab it...
I've been waiting for so long. I'd make a much better daughter than Rose. Please, won't you stay with me forever?
What? Wait, where's my gun?
Angie pickpockets our entire inventory and runs away with the flask. We try to escape Angie's trap,
But the door is locked, and the only way out is through the perfume department.
In the middle of the room, we find a mannequin laying on the table, which Ethan identifies as a doll of Mia. Next to it, you can even find a photo of Mia, dead on the floor, which is really subtle, Donna. You can interact with the doll and find pieces of the puzzle you have to solve to escape the mansion. And every time you get closer and closer to completing this thing, an audio of Mia plays on the radio. One of the reasons why I love this section is because Donna's strategy of attacking Ethan not only totally fits her character, but is the most unique way Ethan is confronted by any lord in the game.
This can't be right.
And while this part might appear as just a really cool puzzle solving and overly dramatic hallucination section, the Beneviento chapter might have a much deeper meaning. A lot of things you see here aren't actually real, which is probably easy to say for images of Mia that disappear and reappear, but most things Ethan interacts with are either an exaggerated version of reality or purely fiction. These are due to Donna's powers, and the visions we see serve as symbolism for how Donna is attacking Ethan's mental state. You see, through experimentations from Mother Miranda, Donna has gained the ability to secrete psychoactive chemicals, usually through her plants, that cause people to see wacky shit, like an ex-wife that you saw get put down like a dog in the kitchen, or your completely intact daughter whose severed head is in your inventory. These images of Mia and Rose aren't so much of a symptom of Ethan hallucinating, but I believe it is a deliberate psychological attack from Donna onto Ethan's psyche. She's toying with Ethan, no pun intended, and trying to break down his mental state by reminding him of how much he's failed his family, which is so much more interesting, narratively speaking, than...
Looking at our surroundings, there's a couple of things worth noting. There's 2 locked doors, one a couple of feet away from the mannequin, as well as another in the left side exit. You're able to play around with some images to open it, but we'll also need an artifact of some sort to unlock it completely. Speaking of locks, there's also a padlock on the door, which requires a specific number to open. Let's begin with breaking apart our dead wife's mannequin. First, we feel up Mia's right bicep and break it open, revealing the silver key. Afterwards, we work under its arm and remove it, finding a silver disc with 3 closed eyes. Next, we move on to the left side of the mannequin's body. Examining its left leg and twisting below the knee, we discover a winding key stashed inside, removing the ring on its finger. Eventually. Afterwards, we move towards the head. Inside its mouth is a piece of film that we're unable to retrieve with just our fingers, but playing around with its left eye reveals another clue. An image of a crow. All that's left in our secret door is something that'll fit the depression. Unfortunately, we're unable to break open the bandages on the mannequin, exhausting us of all our options. Finally, we use the silver key to enter the medicine room. There's nothing worth noting inside, but we use the sink to clean the dirty ring. The now spotless ring is actually a wedding ring with an inscription of a date on it, Ethan's wedding date. The inscription fits the combination to the lock perfectly. We enter the storage room where we find a closet, a note, and the very same music box from our house. The note on the table reads, "A memento of my time with Ethan, but this music box no longer plays." Which is weird because if you actually look at the note, there's like a lot more words. We insert the winding key into the box and try to fix it. You can repair the box by identifying the scratch marks on the cylinders, line them up, and the music box plays its bittersweet melody. The music box then rewards us with tweezers. Returning to the room, we open the doll's mouth and use the tweezers to pull out the film.
Returning to the lobby, I noticed the elevator is out of power, and it probably has been for a while, I just haven't fucking noticed. We head into the study to try to find a solution, and on the desk you can see 4 pieces of film clipped into a stand. You can solve this by placing all of them in a very specific order. This is by far the easiest puzzle in the house, as the answers are right next to you. A small film plays showing us where to go next.
Estate.
Jesus
We're giving
Christ!
you land.
We're giving you a house
back.
free. Furniture, but the house is free! I'm not carrying this around all day. It's for your house.
I don't have time for this bullshit.
We walk into the corridor and grab the scissors from the doll and escape by cutting the bandages. We use the scissors on the mannequin bandages, revealing the brass medallion, which allows us to open the mysterious door. Inside is the same exact interior from the first film. We allow the movie to direct us into certain death as we walk down the stairs. Next to the destroyed mannequin, we find a breaker box key, making us one step closer to restoring power to the elevator. On our way up to the elevator, we hear a baby crying?
Oh my god, it's a giant penis. Is that a baby? Is that Rose? You look just like your mother. I'm gonna have to go. Holy shit, you're hideous. Hello? Still out there? Rose? Oh. Alright, let me in. Fuck that. Ethan, turn off the flash. Thank you. I'm fucking dead. Oh, okay. Why is he so close? Yeah, imagine if there was like voice capture or something. You know, at this point, it's not even actually scary. Like, you're just fucking sitting here. Bro, is he fucking lockpicking the closet? Oh, he's leaving. I think. Oh, Jesus. What? I'm never having a child. Did he just despawn?
The animatronic characters here do get a bit quirky.
Fuck that. Alright, where to? Oh, cool. Relief of a child. It's ironic because one's trying to eat me. You know, I think I made the wrong turn somewhere. Alright, cool. Ooh, and we have light. Alright, this is promising. I'm not gonna get jumped, am I? Alright. Okay. Holy shit. They need to clean up these plates. You want to know when I feel safe in a video game is when there's a prompt that says hide. Here we go, fuse. Oh, Jesus Christ. Of course, the whole fucking power goes out. Hello? Let me see. So I think we're just good. Why do I even get the option to hide under the bed? Okay, alright, let me get the fuck out of here. Okay, I get it, I'm going back. Can he even open doors, actually? Is she coming through? Left? Oh, fuck! Don't come in here, don't open the door. Please. It's not even that I'm scared, it's just disgusting to look at. Oh my god. If they fucking baited me, I swear to Christ. Are you looking under? Did you see me? Alright, I'm getting the fuck out. Alright, you have fun with the broken fuse. I think that's enough shit talk. How do we get out of here? Alright, okay, so we're in the puppet room. Oh man, this part is so fucking uncomfortable. Swear to God, if this baby spawns here, I'm taking my own life. I will not let that baby get me. Is that? No! 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 Oh, no! Open the elevator! No! 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 Get inside! No! 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 Oh my God! I fucking hate this. I hate this so much. Please shut the door. Ethan, shut the door. Holy shit! Oh my God! Look at its mouth. That was worse than dying to it. That made me straight up uncomfortable. Being stuck there. Oh look, it's a cute little doll. Why are your eyes like that? Ladies and gentlemen, what the fuck? Why are they all just staring at me like this? Oh.
I can't let you. You're still alive, huh?
Unfortunately, okay.
Before my friends murder you!
We return to the living room and meet Donna. She says her only line in the game.
Don't leave. I can't let you.
And we begin to play hide and seek with Angie.
Wait!
The rules differ a bit from traditional hide and seek in that it's much simpler. If you can't find Angie in time, you die. You'll notice that the more time you spend trying to chase this possessed bitch, the dolls start to excessively shake depending on how close Ethan is to getting ganked.
Yo, she is freaking out.
Every time Ethan finds Angie, he stabs her in the head with a pair of scissors and she flees somewhere else. After the third time, he deals the finishing blow.
You are never going to get out of here. Stupid idiot! What are you doing to my cute friends?
When Angie goes down, so does Ethan's hallucinations, revealing that we weren't actually chasing a flying possessed doll around the house.
To the invisible! Vote for Bill!
In reality, we were chasing Donna and stabbing her in the head repeatedly, which honestly feels more horrific from Donna's point of view. Like, imagine Ethan high on whatever the fuck, repeatedly stabbing you in the face, talking about his dead family. Donna calcifies and crumbles, except instead of looting her waistline or her boner-inducing eyeball, we just loot Angie instead. We grab the next rosemary flask, which conveniently appears out of nowhere. Leaving the mansion, you're almost given the opportunity to learn about Donna and her dead adolescent relative. In the village, you can now enter a tomb and pick up a broken slab. Returning to the grave, you can place the broken slab in its rightful place, correctly identifying the girl as Claudia Beneviento. To understand who Claudia is, you'll have to find more hints, use a bit of logic, jump to a lot of conclusions based on no evidence, and really just guess what the fuck any of this means. After you defeat Donna, you gain access to the gardener's house. and inside is the gardener's diary, which contains information on, you guessed it, Donna Beneviento. Reading the diary, we can decipher a bit of Donna's past based on the gardener's experience with her. Apparently, she had a scar across her face, and as a result, feared others, essentially becoming a recluse. Also, her parents died when she was young, which traumatized her for life and spiraled her mental illness out of control. Eventually, in her adulthood, Mother Miranda conducts a Kadu experiment on her, and while she suffered very minor damage in her physical appearance, her eye remained very fucked. By the way, she also might have killed the gardener. After giving him that yellow flower which made him see his deceased wife, she invited him to her mansion to see his family once more. Is the gardener dead? Honestly, it's really unclear. You know what else is unclear? The history of the Beneviento family. There's not enough information anywhere to decipher exactly what went on here. The wiki confidently displays information about this Donna Beneviento, but can't back up most of their key claims with evidence. For example, the wiki mentions Bernadette Beneviento as a relative of Donna's, but Bernadette is only mentioned once in the game, and her last name is unspecified. There's no proof anywhere that she's a Beneviento. They also claim that Donna's parents committed suicide, but in the actual game, you can't find any evidence on this. The only thing you can find is on the wiki page, they credit quote-unquote developer notes as their source, which they don't even link, and that's fucking annoying. Okay, so it's actually in the concept art, which shows that Capcom planned on giving her a dark past, and that Donna's parents, holy shit, threw themselves off the waterfall. It's a pretty radical idea, but there's a bunch of information in the concept arts that have been scrapped. None of this shit is actually canon, just fun what ifs. I mean, here's one with Ethan holding a sword on the roof. That didn't fucking happen. Putting misinformation on the internet, especially for such a beloved game, is so irresponsible. I'm gonna do the morally correct thing by crafting a bunch of theories around this, extending my video time even longer for that sweet ad revenue. Using the process of elimination, I can determine who Claudia was in relation to Donna. I'm gonna keep it simple. Donna was a socially inept virgin. There's no shame in it. I mean, look at what she can accomplish. But there's no way this woman is getting laid and becoming a mother, being a recluse, staying in her house all day. How is this relevant? Virgins can birth the Son of God, but they cannot birth daughters. Therefore, Claudia Beneviento cannot be Donna's daughter. If Claudia is Donna's cousin, I find it really hard to believe that when she sadly passed on, Donna's parents would kill themselves because their niece died. Unless, of course, Mr. and Mrs. Beneviento coincidentally and randomly committed a double suicide as Donna's cousin croaked. To be honest, that seems like too chaotic of a story for Capcom to tell. I, however, am gonna take notes. I think for these parents to hurl themselves off the waterfall together, something more tragic and personal must have happened to the both of them, like the death of their daughter, Donna's sister, Claudia Beneviento. I believe the downfall of Donna began with dealing with the tremendous loss of her sister Claudia, which directly caused the abandonment of her parents shortly after. Donna was a child who, from a young age, had to deal with a tremendous amount of loneliness. She was scared to talk to people due to the insecurity of a scar on her face. And now that feeling of isolation from her social life is now mirrored in her home life. She has nobody, not even Bernadette. Turns out the bitch wasn't even related to her. But when Mother Miranda bestows her gift onto Donna, her life turns around. She gives life to her best friend Angie, the doll her father made her. And through her, she's able to express herself and finally communicate to the outside world, while being able to hide that beautiful face that she always fucking hated.
I'm sorry, Mama.
We return back to the altar and meet the Duke, who has something to show us.
Does this look familiar to you?
We quickly upgrade our guns, purchase some supplies, and sell Angie for a few extra lei. The Duke seems to recognize her.
Ah, Miss Angie. Just adorable. Porcelain dolls are very popular, you know.
Afterwards, we head back into East Old Town. Now, I'm sure you remember this place. It's where we held our own against the Lycans. East Old Town is now covered in green monster cum. Now, I'm trying to figure out why that's a bad thing. We're immediately attacked by a Varkalak.
What the dog doing?
And retreat into the house. We sink some bullets into his face and he runs off. By the way, this is the same building which you ran into for cover in the beginning of the game. Inside the building contains a deceased villager, recently slain by the Lycans. On his lap you can find a letter, which the game titles Vasil's Last Testament, noting who the individual is, his relation to the village, and what happened in his final moments. In the note he details his experience with his attacker, as well as his mission of finding the old watermill and protecting his wife Louisa, which, in case you forgot, is the woman that brought you into her home earlier. Vasil is her husband, who was briefly mentioned by Elena.
They kept coming. Wait, Louisa, where is your husband? Did they?
No. No, he is out there. Somewhere. He went to get help. Yes, that's it. He went to fetch help.
Vasil finishes his note by apologizing to his dead wife, who he actually doesn't even know is dead yet, and dies to what I can only guess is severe blood loss from his wounds. Something I thought was interesting was the message on the back of his note, which reads, "I'll never forget her 5th birthday," which is peculiar because there's no reason for him to actually write something like that. He doesn't have a daughter or younger sister. No one can really fill the her role in this note, and there's no way he'd be thinking of this individual in his final moments. So, you know, I wondered what exactly this message meant. And I actually found the answer to this mystery pretty easily. It's actually really boring. There's this puzzle in the game, I won't get into it too much, where, you know, you have to go into Luthier's house and break into a safe, but Luthier has a daughter, and he has a note on his desk that reads the exact same message. "I'll never forget her 5th birthday." Anyway, on the wall is a drawing from, you know, whoever Luthier is referring to, and the date of her birthday is used to open the padlock. I think Vasil's Last Testament is a depressing log about a man who's coming to terms with death, as well as realizing that he's failed to protect his wife and his village. But physically, it's just a reused asset, which is, it's kind of more depressing. But this is just fucking brilliant. It's not even his note. Well, Vasil, I can't save you, and I definitely can't save your wife. If anything, I actually got her killed, but I will avenge the both of you. For Vasil! The Varkalak is a tough enemy, and practically impossible to fight head-on, or Capcom would have you believe. Don't let its cold exterior intimidate you. The Varkalak body is a mix of recognizably human and wolf traits. While walking in a quadrupedal gait like a canine, the limbs are human in shape and proportion, leaving the Varkalak hind legs awkwardly balanced, and often walking on its heels with its knees close to brushing the ground. Both the hands and feet are also identifiably human, albeit the fingers being more elongated and claw-like. The skull is a chimera of the two species, resembling a human with an unusually large jaw, consisting of sharp teeth for tearing flesh. The body is also coated in thick hair, typically gray, which covers the spine, scalp, and beard prominently. In terms of intelligence, the Varkalak is effectively canine, demonstrating no higher brain function and relying entirely on its physical strength rather than weapons like the Lycan. The Varkalak, all in all, is a fucking bitch. Turns out you can actually beat it in a knife fight if you perfectly block every attack. If you don't, well... Now, if you are also a fucking bitch, all you have to do is abuse his AI pathing. When he runs off, chase him, nail him in the head with your sniper rifle, and then when he gets angry and starts chasing you, you run back inside the building. Do not stay close to the door. Do this for a while, and you'll defeat him. Taking a left in the East Old Town, you can find a locked shed, which you can open with the iron insignia key. Here you can find a GM79 grenade launcher, and next to it is a crate with 2 explosion rounds. We follow the stream towards the other side of town, take a right past what should be an open gate, but instead are blocked by the cum-infested walls. These walls are apparently breakable, you're able to shoot it down, but it's better to knife them down to save ammunition. At the top of the ladder, we spot 2 pigs. Now, it's probably better to knife them as well to save ammunition here, but you know, I had a little fun. We enter the windmill and take the elevator leading to the underground mine. Several hours later, we follow the railroad, which leads us to an unsuspecting Moraeu.
Mother Miranda, if it's for you, I'd do anything.
I'll just be taking this.
Wait. What are you doing with Mother's special child?
She's not hers.
Oh, you have something to say?
What do you mean, Mother's special child?
Mother wants her baby back.
Don't screw with me!
Wait, please. If you take it, then the others will laugh at me. But if I do better than them...
What do I care?
Wait, just a little longer, please.
What's so funny?
You're stupid. You talk too much. It's all over. I plugged away in.
What do you...
It's mine. I won't let please.
Shit.
Now, by plug the way in, what Moraeu really meant was he made it slightly more difficult for Ethan to escape. And I mean slightly, because I can't stress enough how easy it is to leave. Like, he might as well just not have done it. I mean, it wasn't difficult at all to get out of here. So outside, we find a locked boat, which we can't use because it's locked. We also find a fisherman's hut. Inside, there's a note detailing where the boat key is. It's located inside a shack deep into the mine. Yeah, why leave the key in the hut that's conveniently next to the boat when you can put it in some fucking cave somewhere, but then leave a note saying exactly where the key is anyway? Also, Hans is dead. I remember this guy, East Old Town's famous fisher, although he did have that weird necrophilia thing. Anyway, fishing's been canceled ever since he was eaten by a gigantic fish, boat and all. Traveling deeper into the mine, we find a broken down hut, surrounded by lichens who are lurking about. We swiftly crouch walk our way in and land a sneak attack on an unsuspecting lichen. We eliminate the other 3 and find a boat key inside the hut. Now, I like this area because the player gets a false sense of security. With the element of surprise and assuming you've upgraded your guns, these lichens get dropped pretty easily. But it's when you collect the key that things actually go awry. An armored lichen spawns seemingly out of nowhere. Luckily, you're safe. I mean, you remember to barricade the door, just like in the intro. You have the advantage, right? Resident Evil Village baits you not only with a seemingly easy task of eliminating a handful of wolves, but it literally plays a trick on players who've been actively paying attention to what the game's been teaching them. Capcom predicted players would try to use the barricade, and those who did lost 80% of their health in an instant. This moment was as brilliant as it was hilarious, and gets even more funny when you shoot at the armored fucker with an upgraded shotgun, a pistol, and a grenade launcher, and he still refuses refuses to go down. This is fantastic level design on Village's part. There's so many layers that come into play here, and Capcom succeeds at catching you with your dick out even 3/4 into the game. Afterwards, we use the key on the boat and escape into the reservoir. We spot a giant fish, which sounds eerily similar to the one who killed Hans. Luckily, we safely make it onto the dock, where we run into some old friends.
What the hell? Research post or something? What the fuck are they doing here?
Get off of me! Stay the fuck down!
Ethan! I gotta say, I'm surprised you made it this far. It'd be a shame if something happened to you now.
Sure, Chris. Why not? You killed Mia. Now do me and finish the job.
Hey, Cap. I'm getting some serious motion readings out here. We should move on.
What kind of readings? What's moving?
Unknown, but my guess is we've been here too long, and Miranda knows it.
Hey, did you say Miranda? How are you involved?
Leave it alone, Ethan. You are out of your depth. What about the sample analysis?
It's definitely related to the mold.
You stay out of our business, Ethan. What's this?
Ethan finds a tent near the reservoir containing research equipment owned by the Hound Wolf Squad. While Ethan is looking around, he's ambushed by Night Howl. After some struggle, he's brought down to the ground with a gun pointed at his head.
Stay the fuck down!
Ethan!
Here we meet Chris for the first time since he murdered Ethan's wife on the dining room floor.
Mia. Oh, God.
Kidnapped his infant daughter and then knocked him out because he complained about it. Chris doesn't seem too worried about Ethan though. His reintroduction is kind of menacing.
It'd be a shame if something happened to you now.
But if anything, he's just annoyed that Ethan's popped up. Chris just isn't really set on killing Ethan, which is weird because he felt the total opposite for Mia. Even when Moraeu attacks, Chris almost dies trying to save you. This is one of my favorite action sequences in the game. That or my favorite part has to be when we get to see Ethan's combat training pay off in the cutscene, which, by the way, makes the fact that Ethan took down an actual soldier cannon. It's such a small, easy to miss detail, but I'm glad they keep referencing it.
Shit! Stay back!
The exit's underwater. You're done.
I don't have time for this. Miranda sent you to slow me down? You're pathetic. What are you talking about? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Moraeu is an idiot and a failure, but hey, at least he still got his good looks. Due to his lack of intellect, he reveals to Ethan the dam's exit.
The exit's underwater. You're done.
Moraeu believes that we'll drown if we try to reach it, and that we'll never get out of here. And you know what? He's right. Or he would be if there wasn't a huge fucking gatehouse controlling exactly how the water flows, most notably having the ability to completely drain the dam of all its water, which is exactly what we attempt to do. Unfortunately,
we need to get the power on.
So we head over to the windmill and turn the crank, which successfully returns electricity to the gatehouse. Or it would have.
Was flickering the lights.
Instead, the crank breaks off in our hands. Our next objective, find a new crank.
Seriously?
Seriously. Preferably one that doesn't break in our hands. And what better place to find a new crank than the other windmill, equipped with its own crank, which, ironically, does not break in our hands. That's our mission. That being said, in Moraeu's section, you run around the map pulling levers, pushing boxes, climbing ladders, listening to some god-awful one-liners from Ethan Winters.
Caught myself a big one. I'm not looking for fish food.
It's monotonous. This is some filler bullshit. It's objectively boring. The only redeeming quality in this part, I guess, is running away from Moraeu.
Attention! Attention! This just in! A giant monster is attacking Bikini Bottom!
Seeing him swim around the map is somewhat entertaining, and if you somehow die to him, maybe you just happen to be really bad at video games or you play Resident Evil while you're intoxicated, the death scene that you get is pretty wild. And also pretty jank. It's so obvious that Moraeu doesn't grab Ethan when he's killed, and it's just the game just zipping you through the map. But to be honest, that only gives the level character. That's the sort of nautical nonsense that I expected from this level. This section of the game had a great opener. I also happen to believe it has the best designed boss fight. But this middle section, where Capcom wants the player to spend time running away from Moraeu, but then also do these really shitty puzzles because, you know, Resident Evil games need fucking puzzles, it's so pointless. It's not fun or scary or enlightening. I didn't learn anything about Moraeu that I didn't already know from seeing cutscenes. Yes, we get it. You love your mother. She'll never love you back. Get in line. I felt like most sections in this game are memorable and have some sort of substance serving the story or the gameplay. I, however, wouldn't be surprised if players completely forgot this section existed. Now that we found Shell City, we finally approach Moraeu. He kills me instantly. If I had to explain Moraeu, I'd say, the fuck? Then I'd also say, what if you took Alcina's fight, increased the sex appeal slider to full, gave her morphine-induced projectile vomiting, and very discreetly removed the physics? Moraeu's attacks are incredibly difficult to dodge at first. Oh, not because he's a good shot. On the contrary, he's fucking terrible. It's Moraeu's one-shotting mouth jism that'll clip through walls and bury you in the water. Despite how chaotic this fight is, how frustrating it is, it's undoubtedly the best designed in the entire game. Remember when I said this fight was like Alcina's 2 seconds ago? Well, that wasn't a joke. Both these characters, mechanically, have very similar designs. It's not a terrible idea to recycle some design choices, especially if canonically these mutant abilities originated from the same source. If anything, it just makes it fair to compare the two. Similarities. They're both evil villains who've mutated into bigger versions of themselves. The player has to kite them around debris and buildings while simultaneously dodging attacks and shooting at their exposed humanoid body. Differences. Alcina's weak spot is always present, and it's easily the most uninteresting thing about her. At no point is there any question on what you should do throughout the entire battle. Alcina's attacks are also a joke. She attempts to hit you once or twice, then leaves to fly idle in the sky, shit-talking you like an Xbox player. If you're not shooting at the very vulnerable, very easy to spot target sticking out of Alcina's spine, you're fucking trolling. Moraeu's weak spot shows up very inconsistently on its own, and retracts back into his mouth very abruptly. Most of the time, you can't even finish the magazine you're firing into it. It's very unsatisfying, but ultimately rewarding when you beat him, because this fight is fucking hard. Death is imminent, and resistance is almost futile. Fortunately, there's strategy involved. Players can use explosives to force his weak spot out. The grenade launcher, crafting mines, or proccing barrels in the village, all of these stun Moraeu and allow Ethan another window to dish out damage. Because thank God, a bunch of villagers, before drowning to death in the name of Mother Miranda, decided to sporadically hide barrels within their homes for no reason. Shooting at the white girl on top of Alcina is boring and possibly racially motivated. Blasting at Moraeu's weak spot, which you had to work for, is incredibly engaging. Alcina has trouble closing the gap. She spends most of her fight desperately trying to catch up to Ethan. Moraeu has no trouble closing the gap. He also doesn't leave to go stand somewhere for 5 fucking minutes. He's dedicated to drowning you in corrosion because, believe it or not, he's trying to fucking kill you. Alcina trying to kill you is actually pretty hard to believe. She's incredibly easy to kite around. All you have to do is run around in circles. It requires 0 brain power. Moraeu's fight actually requires map awareness. He spawns walls all around the village. It's terrifying because you won't realize it's happening until you turn a corner and grasp the situation that you're in. If you don't shoot this wall down, Moraeu will destroy you. Moraeu has a lot of powerful attacks that get results. Alcina has 2. My favorite, when she shoots bugs at you from the sky. It's very easy to dodge and even easier to straight up ignore. I love this quote from the Gamer.com's Alcina Domitrescu boss guide. Her attacks remain trivial to dodge and predict. Yeah, her attacks really don't matter. Dodge them, don't, who gives a fuck? Aside from his normal attacks, Moraeu also has 2 special ones. You have Rain Dance. He climbs up a building and shoots his baby gravy all over the village. Ethan can dodge his attack by going under any kind of roof and patiently wait for Moraeu to stop. He also has Inflation. If you can't tell, I made up the names for these moves, that's why they fucking suck. With Inflation, Moraeu inflates. You can get it like the name. He grows significantly in size and tries to ejaculate on you. I really don't know how else to put it. He basically becomes Big Yoshi, which, now that I think about it, is actually a better name for the move.
In death as he was in life. Disgusting. The exit's up ahead.
Returning into Moraeu's room, we find the next part of the winged key. We combine it and make it the 6-winged unborn key, which is like thematically appropriate for our daughter who's being torn apart. We also find Moraeu's diary. Again, it's a different book entirely, but the contents are the same. He's still being an unloved, underappreciated, ugly, pathetic little shit. The most interesting find, however, is the Cadu specimen that we can find on his table. In this diary, he mentions how Mother Miranda gave him a rose jar, which confuses him. Moraeu oftentimes would get left out by the 4 lords and Miranda, so why does she trust him with this very important jar? Heisenberg tries to ease his mind by saying that Moraeu is a necessity, as the ceremony can't happen without everyone there, including him. Moraeu then deduces something that would be very traumatic for him. He learns from Miranda that Rose is a vessel, something Moraeu has been trying to get her forever so that she can finally love him. He then reveals Mother Miranda's goal in all this. By using Rose, Miranda can resurrect her real child, who is someone that she lost a very long time ago. And probably the motive for, taking yours. Moraeu realizes that if she succeeds and is reunited with her actual child, she'll do exactly what Moraeu is afraid of the most, abandon him. He exclaims that he doesn't want that and fills the rest of the pages in his diary with the words no. So there's some solace in all this. Mother Miranda can't abandon Moraeu if he's currently dead. So if anything, we saved them from a lot of trauma. Not physical trauma, like emotional trauma. We actually did pretty bad in the physical department. We're contacted by the 4th and final Lord, Karl Heisenberg.
You're better off than I thought.
Who's that?
Oh, come on. We just met a while back, not that it really matters.
You're the last asshole in my way, aren't you?
You've got fight. I'll give you that, Ethan. But what's the plan when you have all 4 flasks?
What are you trying to get at?
I could lend you a hand.
Trying to get on my good side?
Now don't get cocky. I'd kill you if you weren't worth the trouble. There's a stronghold not too far outside the village. Go there and get my flask. Do that,
and you pass. First, head back to the graveyard.
Self-centered prick.
Heisenberg just made it very clear that he's not interested in fighting for Rose's flask. Recalling Lady Damache's comment about him earlier,
Heisenberg is but a child, and his devotion to you is questionable.
there's a low chance he could actually give a fuck about the ceremony.
Blah, blah, blah.
I like this mini twist in the story. This is the game deviating from its formula of go here, kill notable figure in mutant crime family, then move on to the next one. And Heisenberg's exactly the type of character that would break the chain.
I'm next in line, right? Kill me, you up the chain. Fuck that!
Heisenberg's definitely gonna backstab us the moment we're no longer needed, but we're still gonna have to trust him for now. Because if the game is at all consistent, we should know that friends come and go. And we need to take all the help that we can get to save Rose while it's still there.
Self-centered prick.
Exiting Moraeu's area, I find a peculiar looking gate. The gate gives us access to a nearby mountain, and at the tippy top is a locked shed with its back wall broken open. Inside is a lichen, snacking on what seems like absolutely nothing. I feed the starving bastard and find yet another diary from the deceased fishman. The book reveals the significance of this place. Mother Miranda gifted Moraeu this mountain so that he could experiment on the villagers. Surprising to no one, Moraeu fucked up, got a bunch of innocent people killed, and embarrassed both himself and science simultaneously. One notable experiment in particular that our mad scientist performed was when he injected wolf's blood into the subject's spine. Now, I don't know if anyone in the audience has ever had wolf's blood. It's not fun, especially what it can do to your sinuses. Naturally, the subject went what we call in the medical field fucking apeshit and killed Moraeu's assistant. Moraeu, unable to contain the beast, decided to just keep it as a pet and feed it instead. And what an amazing job he's doing there. Anyway, inside the room is a chest containing the Wolfsbane revolver. Now, not only is this firearm beautiful, but what you're about to witness is one of my favorite moments in the game. After retrieving the revolver and stepping outside, you get a taste of how powerful this gun really is. Here, you meet another Varkalak, nonchalantly patrolling the area. Now, remember how I had to break the game mechanics just to kill this guy? Long story short, this guy takes a long time to fucking die. Wolfsbane kills it in 3 shots. This is the developers literally telling you, this gun is fucking powerful. You also notice that you don't have much ammo. So if you're smart, you'll save the rounds for more difficult enemies, effectively making the M1851 Wolfsbane the boss gun. We head west from the altar down to the lone road. Beneath the bridge is another broken bridge, which we can repair with the crank. Once that's done, we hop onto the rowboat and head south. Once you hit the end, you make a left onto the pond, and here you'll find some fish, and even the finest fish jumping about. I bet this little guy gets in all sorts of nautical nonsense. Ahead of the pond, however, is a secret cave. Once you enter, you'll quickly notice that the forest is alive. At the end of the cave is a camp owned by the Hound Wolf Squad. There's some ammunition, a foregrip attachment for the W870 TAC shotgun, and an antique coin, a reference to Resident Evil 7. The antique coin was a form of currency that the player could use to unlock upgrades. Finally, and most importantly, we can find an unlocked laptop with an analysis report. Reading the file reveals exactly what we're looking at here. This strange fungal root is the source of the mutamycete, otherwise known as the mold. Now, according to DNA tests, the mutamycete from the village has an almost 100% DNA match from the mutamycete found in Dulvey, Louisiana, making this the same superorganism that infected everyone in the village, the Bakers back in Louisiana, and even used by the Connections to create Evelyn. The fungal root is spread throughout the entire village. The Hound Wolf Squad believe it to be part of a network of consciousnesses and is being used by Miranda to store data. They just don't know what data she's looking for. We follow Heisenberg's signs to this tunnel, leading us directly to the Lycan stronghold. Making our way through the fortress, we sneak past a couple of Lycans, snacking on some unlucky villagers. Further down, we descend next to some pillars and have a rematch with Urias, the Lycan leader that we met earlier in the village. Urias, meaning huge or giant in Romanian, was originally the chief of the village, but has been implanted with the Cadu parasite by Mother Miranda, turning him into a troll-like Lycan. He wields a giant hammer, he's tall as fuck, and hits like a truck. Despite his intimidating appearance, Urias is only a mini-boss, and the fight's difficulty reflects that. It's pretty damn easy. Although Urias is a pretty heavy swinger, leaving Ethan red-screened whenever he attacks him, his attacks are very telegraphed and therefore easy to dodge or block. But his biggest issue is, even when he does hit you, he almost never follows it up with another attack, giving the player more than enough time to heal or simply run away. Urias is also pretty fucking quirky, so occasionally he'll jump back up on his platform and call a bunch of Lycans to assist him. And he'll most likely kill them before they can actually do anything. My favorite move personally is when he picks up the pillar and throws it at you. Like it's really cool because, you know, he's picking up a pillar and throwing it at you. His strongest attribute has to be that he has a lot of health, which helps extend the fight for so long. But if you're like halfway competent at this game, he can never actually use this extra time to kill you, and the fight kind of drags on and isn't difficult, and you really just can't wait for it to be over. You know, for such a big guy fighting Ethan in such a tight area, it is so easy to just break this guy's ankles and run past him. I finish him off with a sniper rifle to the head and head downstairs. I'm cutting that out. And I go downstairs where we find the last flask containing our daughter's torso. Interacting with it, we see a vision of a hot lady taking Rose from the same wreckage we were in earlier.
What? You're the real deal, Ethan. Well done.
Quit hiding, asshole. I'm not letting you get out of this.
Cool your jets. Just a little bit more, and you're all wrapped up. I'll lend you a hand. So in exchange...
In exchange what?
First of all, come to me. Put all the flasks in the altar, and I'm sure you'll figure the rest out. See you, Ethan.
God damn it.
Heisenberg calls us on the television again, still adamant on teaming up. He gives us instructions on where to go next. Before exiting the cave, we coincidentally see a painting of Mother Miranda holding a baby, just moments after we finish collecting our own.
It's my greatest pleasure to see you return alive.
Ethan places the first flask inside the altar and gets another vision. It's of Rose, and it takes place in the same chapel we were taken to when captured by Heisenberg. The images show the four lords approaching Rose as she cries.
What was that?
We place the rest of the flasks into the altar and are given the Giant's Chalice. Suddenly, the torches start to light up, and we proceed towards the stone Diaz and insert the chalice there. Afterwards, a bridge ascends from the water and the stone Diaz begins to function like an elevator. We appear before the bridge as well as a factory and are greeted by Heisenberg through a loudspeaker.
Ah! Ethan Winters. Welcome. I didn't think you'd make it past Donna Moraeu, but I suppose you survived worse back in America, hmm? I like you. I'd like to speak to you about Rose and Miranda. Oh, come on. Don't worry. It's not a trap.
What are you planning? What the hell? Mia? Truth hurts.
let me guess. You're thinking, take me out like the others, and then he gets to go and save Rose, right?
I'm healing my daughter.
Look, you got this all wrong. Shut your fucking hole! Sorry about that. Take a seat. Listen, Ethan, you're being played.
What are you talking about? You think this is a game?
I said sit! Lady, supersized bitch. Ugly ass psycho doll. And I'm a freak. Don't you get it? It's a test. To see if you're strong enough to be a part of Miranda's family.
I don't want to be a part of Miranda's family.
Neither did I, but here we are. And I'm next in line, right? Kill me, move up the chain. Well, fuck that!
I don't give a damn about your personal issues. I just want to fix my daughter.
So do I. Do you have any idea how powerful that kid is? Even Miranda's scared of her. Last time, you freak, I swear to God! You and me, Ethan. Together, we can go save Rose, and then we can use her to grind Miranda into paste.
My daughter is not a weapon. Fuck you!
Last chance. You don't want to find out what's in that hole.
I'll take my chances.
You're futile.
Me and you can rule this city, Spider-Man.
In this scene, Heisenberg tries his best to ally with Ethan, but all his little speech really does is solidify Ethan's image of him.
Self-centered prick.
And drive the relationship to the point where they pretty much have to kill each other. What's interesting is at this moment, Carl Heisenberg honestly tries to connect with Ethan.
I just want to fix my daughter.
So do I.
Carl wants to save Rose, he wants to stop Miranda, and despite getting the best deal out of all of Miranda's test subjects, no physical mutations, cool metal bending powers, immortality, he still never asked to be put in this situation, which is something he can relate to with Ethan. They're both essentially victims to Miranda's tyranny.
I don't want to be a part of Miranda's family.
Neither did I, but here we are!
Heisenberg hates Miranda for taking advantage of him, and Ethan hates her for destroying his daughter. An alliance between the two would almost make sense if it weren't for one key difference. Heisenberg wants to save Rose, but for selfish reasons. Not because he actually cares about her,
Do you have any idea how powerful that kid is?
but because repairing Rose is the next step in ruling the world. Not only is it possible to save Rose, but we discover from Carl in this scene that Rose actually has powers, and if saved, can be used as a weapon. Rose is apparently so powerful that Mother Miranda, you know, the woman who convinced an entire village that she's God, is afraid of your child now.
Even Miranda's scared of her.
Heisenberg projects his wants onto Ethan. He believes that because he wants power, Ethan will want it too, because in his mind, who wouldn't? So he proposes that they save Rose together and use her as a weapon to destroy Mother Miranda. The only problem is Ethan refuses, because he isn't a fucking megalomaniac like Heisenberg is, which confuses Carl. In fact, every time we see Ethan push back, Heisenberg gets really pissed.
I said sticks!
Ultimately, the friendly demeanor that he wears and opens up with to try to buddy up with you is just a facade. And then when he realizes that Ethan's not as power hungry as he is, he lets him go, both literally and figuratively.
Dead end. Damn it! What was that thing?
Heisenberg's factory is a disappointing level for two reasons: navigation and puzzle solving. When you're a new player taking in this metallic fortress for the first time, it fucking sucks. It's a giant underground metal factory. Every room just feels the same, interchangeable, and it's very easy to get lost and confused. The main puzzle constantly requires you to backtrack, giving you even more chances to get lost and confused. Speaking of puzzles, puzzle solving in this level is especially shit. And there's really only two puzzles with one repeating. Basically, shooting red buttons are bad for the machines. They die. Don't ask me why a broken red indicator would knock an entire machine offline. I didn't fucking design it, but this rule holds true for everything in here, from doors to traps, even enemies. It is the most unengaging, menial, shoehorn task that the game gives you, and for a game that made pretty entertaining puzzles, this is fucking disappointing. Like, I feel like all these tasks are just there to add extra minutes to your play hours. Like, Capcom is so insecure about the idea of designing a level without tedious puzzles. They feel like if they don't do it, like their whole company is just gonna fucking explode or something. The other puzzle is, Heisenberg is a metal guy, you know? He likes metal, he likes to mold metal. So every time you find a noteworthy item that'll progress you out of this fucking dump, you don't actually have it, you have its mold. So wherever you are, you now have to run all the way back to this specific room in the beginning of the dungeon to smelt the mold into the actual item. It's fucking tedious. You have to do this for the relief mold, the cog mold, the key mold. Like, the very existence of this puzzle is insulting to me. Listen, when you finally do familiarize yourself with the location and don't feel like pulling your hair out because you swear you've been down this hallway 3 fucking times already, you can actually appreciate the thematics that this factory level has, and it has some pretty cool shit. My favorite is the enemy design. You know, these are the coolest enemy designs I've personally seen in a while, and they're a blast to fight. And even more of a blast to learn about. Now, Heisenberg, he experimented on the villagers, just like all the other lords and their subjects, but Heisenberg is the most successful due to the fact that he's probably just a lot more intelligent than the other lords, but he also put the most effort. You can even find patch notes for the cyborgs he created, explaining how much of a failure there were and what he did to fix them.
Medical log, revitalization surgery. This is my 18th attempt.
You never see this effort with the other lords because they're either just too busy eating their subjects or torturing them, or simply too fucking stupid or crazy to make anything truly significant. Heisenberg, he's different. He's actively creating an army to fight Mother Miranda with, and his work reflects that really well. These are powerful pieces of technology. What I find really cool is you can actually find the assembly line for these cyborgs, and this guy is farming them in droves. And if you're a massive dick, you can shoot some down. The sold out Eins is the first model for all the enemies you'll meet here. His weak spot is his heart, which is located right in the middle of his chest. It's got a chainsaw for a left arm and a cool mechanical visor. The experimentation process for these enemies are simple. Heisenberg uses a fully grown male corpse, removes the heart and implants Cadeau, and stimulates the muscles to electric shock. Unfortunately, the first version was declared brain dead. Afterwards, he did some minor improvements. Headgear to the cranium, restabilizing the brainwaves, replaced lower part of their arms with drills, and implanted Cadeau reactors into their chests. Another thing that's cool is the tests on the patch notes, which reflect how well these cyborgs reacted to any changes. While version 1.0 were clearly fans of Phasmophobia, the second version worked, but lost to a Lycan in a fight. Apparently,
dismantled and eaten within 3 minutes. But the fourth improved drastically, destroying 3 Lycans in 1 minute. I have a feeling that the change that made the difference was the one in version 1.10 where Heisenberg ponders on whether or not he should be using live bodies as opposed to dead ones. The Soldat Zwei is an upgraded version of the Soldat Eins, which wields a hammer and a drill, as well as having the Kadu reactor located on his back, forcing their enemies to have to flank them if they want to do a sufficient amount of damage. The Soldat Jet is next in line. They make the jump from cyborg to almost fully robot. Plenty of more armor, but more notably, they have an attached jetpack and head stabilizer, which greatly improves mobility. Lastly is the Soldat Panzer, named after the German word for armor. You can tell that it has 3 drills on each arm, and its entire body is now encased in heavy metal armor.
This gun's useless.
The Panzer has possibly one of the scariest introductions ever. Which quickly goes to shit when you walk through the door and fuck up its pathing. While every adaptation of the Soldat has been nothing but improvements on each other, the last one you learn about is a bit of an anomaly. Towards the end of the factory, we fight Sturm. We met him earlier. Instead of being designed as a super soldier, he has a huge propeller for a head, no arms, and chases his enemies relentlessly with his infamous head-on charge. Sturm is uncontrollable. Even in your meeting with Heisenberg, Carl gets flustered, constantly being interrupted by him.
Shut your fucking hole! I'm sorry.
He's intimidating at first, but right before the fight you can read up on his file and learn the truth about him. Not only is Sturm an abomination by appearance, but he is factually a dumbass. In fact, the reason why he has no arms isn't by some quirky design. No, it's because he accidentally maimed himself with his own propellers. He quite literally disabled himself, a fact which he seems completely unbothered by. So his only way of attacking is by charging at his enemies, but it can't even do that right because he overheats whenever he runs too much. This is the basic strategy of the boss battle. While the fight seems like it takes place in a tight corridor, Sturm will actually open up the map for you. When you dodge his attacks, he doesn't stop. No, he keeps going. He just breaks down whatever wall is in his path. He's like the buff imposter. While he's recovering from smacking into a wall, you're able to sneak shots into his Kado reactor. Eventually, you damage him so much that he starts to overheat, and he uses the flames to torch you. Surprising to no one, he's actually a very bad shot, and you can easily duck out of the way and keep flanking him. I've heard a lot of criticism about the Sturm fight and how he's much scarier as a threat throughout the level than the actual boss fight. But that's the point. Sturm is supposed to scare and intimidate you at first before you realize how fucking useless he is. If you forget that this guy used to be a person, his existence is really comical. It's funny. This guy is an accident. He's a walking propeller that's been deemed a complete failure by his own creator. Everyone is embarrassed that this guy is alive. And if he had any self-awareness, he probably would be too. This isn't a boss fight, this is a rescue mission. I'm just glad this poor soul can finally rest in a fiery explosion like he deserves.
Not bad. You're persistent. But I've got a rebellion to do. So stay out of it.
Damn it, again?
I told you to leave it alone, Ethan. You are in the way.
What do you care, Chris? You killed my wife, you son of a bitch!
You think I killed Mia? That wasn't her. It was Miranda.
What?
She's a bioweapon. She changed her appearance and pretended to be Mia. Seems she also survived being shot, so now I'm here to finish the job.
Bullshit! Why don't you fucking tell me right away?
Because I knew you would want to be involved. And this job is hard enough without civilians getting in the way.
Why us, Chris? What the hell is going on?
All right, Ethan. All right. I guess I owe you an explanation. Hand me that wrench. Long story short, Miranda's fucking insane. In this village, all these monsters and freaks, this is her life's work. Some sort of crazy experiment with the mold.
The mold. Like Louisiana. God damn it. All this time, I thought I could save my family. I can't escape from here. I can't do anything!
That might not be true. Take a look at this. My men sent those pictures a few minutes ago.
Miranda.
Keep looking.
Rose. Holy shit, we gotta go!
Relax, my men are monitoring the situation.
But they have my daughter.
You don't get it, Ethan. You don't stand a chance against Miranda by yourself. I will stay down here and finish planting explosives. You take that elevator, I'll meet you topside. I promise you, we will get your daughter back. Together.
Damn straight we will. And when I find Miranda, she's a dead woman.
All right, Ethan. And you take this, and do me a favor. Try to stay under the radar.
Can't turn back now.
After killing Sturm, we take a lift upstairs and are met by Carl Heisenberg, who despite having the ability to dice Ethan into 1,000,000 nipples, decides to mutate into a bigger version of himself instead. Damn, I really hope being too large to actually attack Ethan doesn't bite his metal ass in the near future. Falling down into the water, we make our way back to the surface. We crawl through a vent and meet up with our wife's killer. Uh-oh. Turns out the entire game, Capcom wanted us to think Chris killed Mia and was secretly this bad guy all along, only to give us a twist that Chris was actually a good guy and the Mia that we were living with was actually Mother Miranda in disguise. This is an okay twist. The fact that Mia isn't Mia does explain her supposedly acting out of character, like her weird outbursts and obsession with Tomato Town's culture. I also like Mother Miranda having the ability to shapeshift into different people. It really shows the depths of her power, and honestly it's kind of cool. But I do not like Capcom trying to sell the idea that Chris could possibly be evil.
Bitch!
Honestly, before I even saw the reveal, I was never really convinced. I just felt like there was a perfect explanation to him shooting your wife. It sounds weird, but the writing in this scene just felt like Capcom was trying so hard to deceive you. Like, hey guys, look, the supposed good guy is doing this really evil thing. Oh my god, he just killed your wife. It was just too over the top to ever really believe, and even for someone like me who's never played another Resident Evil in my life, this was so obviously a red herring from the writers. A lot of people complained about this moment. Some have even speculated that Chris killing Mia was really only there to make a more captivating trailer. In the game, it's fucking unbelievable, but in an ambiguous trailer building up suspense of what the next chapter in Resident Evil could be, having the man that saved you at the end of the last game kill the woman that you love and spent hours trying to save.
Why?
That's pretty fucking hype.
You take this and do me a favor. Try to stay under the radar.
Yeah, Ethan, take this stupid fucking tank and stay under the radar, please. Aside from the stupidly attractive doll lady, Heisenberg is possibly the easiest boss fight in the game. All you have to do is aim for the parts glowing red, and when Heisenberg decides to dash at you once every millennia, you hit the block button. Or better yet, just blow him in the fucking smithereens. I can tell any true Resident Evil fan is going to hate this fight. It's over the top and feels honestly like Transformers instead of a boss fight in a horror game. Which is why I know I'm neither a Resident Evil fan nor a good reviewer, because admittedly, I have a lot of fun in this fight. I played the game 6 or 7 times, and I still have fun every time I play it. Listen, I grew up on Call of Duty. The dopamine I get from the feedback that the game gives me, telling me I'm shooting at the right thing, it's like crack to me. I'm addicted. Heisenberg force grips everything towards him, and you blast him in the face. During the fall, you're separated from the vehicle and Heisenberg tries to kill you. Fortunately, Chris distracts Heisenberg with the explosions that he set up.
No! Why my army? That boulder punching asshole! But you're first!
This is actually a bigger deal than the game makes it out to be. Heisenberg made that entire army to eventually take over Miranda, and his entire life's work is gone because of Redfield. Boulder punching asshole. Yeah, I actually had to look this up, and apparently in Resident Evil 5, Chris fights a boulder. So maybe it's a good thing I don't really play these games. After shooting him some more, Heisenberg throws you back, and you conveniently land on your artillery cannon.
This can't be the end for me! I must kill her!
Ethan? I heard explosions. What the hell happened?
I dealt with Heisenberg. Now I'm gonna find Miranda and get Rose back.
Not without me. It's too dangerous. Wait there, you hear me? Ethan?
Rose?
Ethan! Ethan, respond!
Mia?
Our child. She's so important, isn't she?
She's everything to me.
And mine to me. With Heisenberg gone, you've lost your lead. What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I'm saving Rose.
You'd never know, do you? Even when I took Mia's place in your home. Poor Ethan.
Who are you? Where's Rose? Miranda.
Enough. Remember Evelyn and her power over them all? Rose is her successor. No. Rose is Evelyn's true, complete form. She will grow to fully control the masses. And I must stop her.
Fuck you, you crazy bitch!
Calm yourself. Rose will be saved. The Megamycete catalogs all of us. However, she will be reborn as my daughter.
She's my child, not yours.
Where are you? Show yourself!
Why did Rose come to be? Was it because of her parents? And you are truly a special case. But I've learned all I can from you. Your worth as a lab rat has run out.
Miranda! You coward! Come out and face me!
Don't worry, Ethan. Your death will come quick. You will join the Megamycetes records. I will make sure to sample your blood for later. Once dawn breaks, the ceremony will be complete, and I will become her true mother, bound for eternity in blood. I've waited so long, but dreams really can come true. Vessel or not, I can't wait to see my true child again.
Chris calls Ethan with the most Sigma male contact name, and Ethan informs Chris of Heisenberg's death. Unfortunately, we're cut off by Mother Miranda. Couple of things to unwrap here. I think Ethan's death is left open-ended. Cool twist I like is Miranda is not only Mia in disguise, but was the hag as well, which makes sense when you consider Lillian getting killed in the field by Miranda, and then you walk down there and you meet the old hag laughing at the dead villagers. I thought that was really cool to piece together.
Yes, death has visited them all.
In life and in death, give glory to Mother Miranda.
Captain, I've confirmed the death of Ethan Winters. I wasn't able to retrieve the body, but I've recorded evidence.
Share your screen, and I'll go over the situation. My team and I were careless. Yesterday, we took down the transformed Miranda, but we didn't kill her.
Who knew she could fake being a corpse?
Since Miranda could have infected Ethan, I forcefully took him and Rose with us. But the vehicle they were riding in was attacked. When I got to the wreck, Ethan and Rose were gone. The last time I was able to contact Ethan, I heard Miranda's voice. She murdered him. And she is not gonna get away with it. God damn it, when does it end?
What's that, sir? The mission?
All of it. 3 years trying to put this thing in the ground. 3 years too long.
We'll get her, Captain. The squad's ready for you.
So BSAA got here already. They didn't waste any time.
Mission adjustment?
No, doesn't change anything. Terminate Miranda and rescue Rose. That's the mission. And failure's not an option.
Let's have some fun, people. Like old times.
Move out.
Roger.
Okay.
K9, I want to know what the hell BSAA is doing here. Find out what you can.
Roger that. I'm on it.
Captain, I've confirmed the death of Ethan Winters.
Share your screen.
Records.
She murdered him, and she is gonna get away with it.
A lot of fans criticize Redfield for not telling Ethan that Mia was actually Miranda in disguise.
You should have told him.
If you pay any attention to the story, you'll know that's not fair criticism. Chris doesn't tell you that Mia was never killed because he never gets the opportunity to. Chris isn't going to riddle fake Mia with bullets and then whisper in Ethan's ear, "By the way, this is actually your wife," knock him out and go home, especially if Miranda could have potentially been mind controlling Ethan.
Since Miranda could have infected Ethan, I forcefully took him and Rose with us.
Chris is doing a job right now. Kill Miranda, extract Rose and Ethan from their home safely. It makes perfect sense on Chris's part to complete the mission and brief Ethan afterwards. Unfortunately, mid-transport, the vehicle holding Ethan and Rose was attacked by Mother Miranda, separating the Winters' family from the Hound Wolf Squad. After that, you do not meet Chris until 3/4 into the game in the reservoir. Chris seems unfazed by Ethan's appearance, but as soon as Ethan mentions Chris killing Mia,
You killed Mia. Now do me and finish the job.
Chris gets visually upset and looks like he's going to confront Ethan. I think here Chris would have told Ethan the truth had they not been separated by a giant fucking fish. Fans are criticizing the writing for not having Chris tell Ethan that the woman he shot wasn't his wife, when the writing was purposely preventing Chris from ever talking to Ethan for more than 10 seconds. The third time you meet Chris, you know, when both of your lives aren't in literal danger and you're actually able to have a conversation, he actually does fucking tell you. He tells you everything. If anything, Chris is actually pretty cool because he never has to tell you anything. Remember, you're still just a civilian. Chris doesn't want a civilian to get involved in hunting mutants because it's dangerous. If you don't believe Chris should at least try to prevent Ethan from running around this village unattended, take it from the hole in Ethan's chest where his heart used to be. Chris probably has a point.
You don't stand a chance against Miranda by yourself. Damn it!
Believing Ethan Winters isn't strong enough for this mission is a totally realistic and reasonable view for a soldier to have. I mean, look at him. All of the villains in this game underestimate Ethan. No, scratch that. All of the characters do. So my question to those fans is, why shouldn't Chris?
And when I find Miranda, she's a dead woman.
The team spots BSAA soldiers arriving for unknown reasons, a fact that was foreshadowed in Heisenberg's board. The village is now on fire, with the ceremonial site guarded by a gigantic mold barrier. This level feels like a Call of Duty mission.
Let's get to work. Everyone watch for hostile bioweapons.
Your objectives consist of clearing out groups of Lycan and calling air support to blow shit up. You'll need to hit the building 3 times to take it down, while also not getting hit or killed by oncoming Lycan waves as they'll interrupt Chris's animations. The blast opens a hole in the ground. Chris commands his team to stand back while we try to find the Megamycete.
Found the way down. I'm going in, the rest of you stay back.
Unfortunately, it's being guarded by Urias Strager, Urias's brother.
Megamycete, huh?
Strager is highly resistant to damage. Luckily, he has a weak spot, the tentacles on his back. But mainly what you're going to want to do is call the missile strike from Lobo, which does a massive amount of damage because this guy is fucking invincible. Eventually, Urias Strager crystallizes and Chris finds the Megamycete.
Sorry for the bioweapon.
What's the next target?
Focus on the plan. I found it. It's the Megamycete. Alpha to squad. I've located the Megamycete.
So now we can end this mess after all.
About damn time. N2 explosives armed. There's enough there to blow the whole village sky high.
Let's get out of here and blow the damn place.
Not before I end Miranda. I'm not taking any more chances. I'm going in.
Roger that. Standing by. Captain, I have eyes on Miranda at the ceremony site.
Keep your distance. Do not move until I give the order.
I know it's too late now, but we really should have told Ethan the plan.
There wasn't time. We didn't expect Miranda to act so soon.
Even so, you should have told him.
Yeah.
Chris locates Mother Miranda's lab and finds diary entries and letters shedding light on her history, as well as her motivations for the mass genocide of those poor fucking villagers. Mother Miranda was a biologist who lost her daughter Ava in the Spanish influenza outbreak 100 years ago. You're able to find Ava's grave in front of Castle Dimitrescu. It reads, "May you slumber for a short while." Ava was 10 years old. She's also been slumbering for many short whiles. Traumatized by the death of her daughter, Mother Miranda wandered into a cave to kill herself, but instead found the Megamycete. Shaped like a human fetus, or as the wiki states, foetus, This core of a mold super colony would be responsible for making everyone batshit crazy. At this point, she touched the Megamycete and it infected her, overwhelming her mind with knowledge. She began to instantly understand how the Megamycete operates. When people touch or die near the Megamycete, they become infected. The Megamycete then absorbs a record of that person's consciousness, including memories and their personality, into its database. Essentially, it makes its victims immortal, which is something similar to what Miranda tells Ethan before making that Indiana Jones reference.
You will join the Megamycete's records.
When Miranda learned that this superorganism can store people's consciousness, she had an epiphany. She could revive Ava and put an end to that fucking slumbering. All she has to do is find the perfect vessel and place Ava's consciousness into their body, effectively rebirthing Ava. After 100 years of experimenting on the villagers and failing, Miranda decides to help the Connections create Evelyn by giving them mold samples and Ava's DNA. Due to her unhealthy obsession of having a family, causing her to act violently and unstable,
Does it want to be my daddy? Then he can die.
Evelyn was deemed a failure by Mother Miranda. The woman would then go on to act violently and unstable. Fortunately for Miranda, Ethan and Mia had a child, the perfect blend of human and Mycete genetics, Rosemary Winters. Mother Miranda then devises a plan: infiltrate the Winters' home, capture Rose, and perform the ceremony, the process of successfully reviving Ava with the perfect vessel. An interesting find is reading a correspondence from one of Miranda's students, Oswald E. Spencer, who would go on to find the Umbrella Corporation. Though they had remained on good terms, they parted because Miranda simply wanted to resurrect her daughter, while Spencer believed that widespread human infection through viruses was necessary for human evolution. He informed her that they had found the progenitor virus in Africa, and that he would begin a new company, Umbrella, with its logo inspired by the symbol you see in the cave. Chris notices a locked door and shoots it open.
Show me your hands! Umbrise, this is Alpha. Where is Miranda right now?
Still at the ceremony site. Whatever she's doing, she's staying put.
God damn. It really is you. I'm glad you saved me. Why are you here?
I was caught in Houston experiments.
Wait, did you say Mia? Mia Winters?
In the flesh. What's the situation up there?
Kind of a war going on. Nothing we can't handle.
Don't get distracted. Stick to the mission. I'm headed to the ceremony site.
Wait! You can't leave me here. You promised, damn it! You said that you would keep us safe. We did everything that you asked. We moved over here, everything! And I didn't care. So long as we were together. So you tell me, where is my husband? Where is my daughter?
Ethan is gone. I couldn't save him, but I can save Rose. Come on. It's not safe here after all.
What do you mean he's gone?
He's dead. I'm sorry, Mia, but we have to leave. We have to destroy this village.
No! You're wrong. I tried to keep this a secret, but... you don't understand how special he is.
What's going on? Someone there? It's cold. How did I get here? God, it's freezing. This shit in my body.
You're so dumb.
Evelyn? How are you here?
You're dead.
Dead? I mean, Miranda. She... No. I still have to save Rose.
Wrong! It wasn't Miranda. You were always dead.
What are you saying? I can still...
See? Miranda didn't kill you. You mean you didn't think it was weird? No matter how much you got hurt? Remember. "3 years ago, the Baker house. You were murdered by Jack. You died there 3 years ago."
That's impossible. No way.
You shouldn't even be able to walk around.
Quit messing with my head.
You shouldn't be walking.
Screw you! Then what am I? I did all that. Rose. Mia.
Now do you get it? Your whole body is nothing but mold. You can't ever see your family again.
Family. No. Rose. I have to save my daughter.
You're already dead. Dead!
I will save Rose!
These two cutscenes reveal the game's biggest twist. Ethan Winters has been dead since the beginning of Resident Evil 7, and the person that you've been playing this whole time has been the mold-infected corpse of the man you saw get kicked in the face 3 years ago. Ethan's able to communicate with Evelyn, who he shot to death 3 years ago due to both of them being infected with the mold. and, as I explained before, their genetic information and consciousness are archived onto the Megamycete. This is huge because a lot of notable characters throughout this series are physically dead, but were also infected with mold. So are they still technically alive? Can they be reanimated? I think it's definitely possible. The Hound Wolf Squad reported being unable to retrieve Ethan's body, and we can see Miranda leaving his corpse to rot. So where is he?
At last, he awakes.
Where am I?
My carriage, Ethan. You were having a nightmare.
Duke?
Your battle with Heisenberg was a sight to see. But to think Miranda would show herself.
How long have I been out?
Not long till dawn.
Duke, I need a favor. Take me to Miranda.
I assumed as much and am already on the way. We should arrive shortly.
Thank you.
But Ethan, are you sure of this? Your body is, well, falling apart.
Yes.
Foolish of me to ask.
Speaking of foolish questions, what are you?
Even I can't quite answer that. We're here.
I owe you one.
Mr. Winters, I'm afraid you can't return to your old world any longer. Are you ready?
Yeah, I have to be.
Removing Ethan's body from the crime scene because you know he's actually an immortal being, at least for now, is probably the most Duke the Duke has ever been. Apparently the devs planned on introducing the Duke on a runaway carriage and his horses running wild, but this was axed in development. Still, it's nice to see that vision somewhat fulfilled as the Duke drives you to your final objective. The Duke warns that Ethan is at the point of no return and cannot go back to his old life any longer.
This may be our last meeting. Be sure you have all you need.
This works both in the canon, as Ethan is destroying the very thing that is keeping him alive, but it's also telling the player like, hey man, you're about to beat the game, just spend all your fucking money. Ethan remains determined to save his daughter Rose, and proceeds.
Ah, little Ava, my beautiful daughter. Come to me. Ava. Is that you? Oh, how I've missed you! What? My power is leaving me!
Rose! Miranda!
Interesting. Your body certainly is normal.
Give Rose to me! Now!
You will see. Once I kill you properly, everything...
Get her now! Let go!
I've spent a lifetime creating this moment. And you try to take it away from me. I will take what is due. My desires will be fulfilled!
No.
Rose is mine!
What the fuck?
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters.
Inside the ceremony site, Miranda attempts the procedure, but fails. Rose is resurrected instead of Ava.
What
dooming her to even more slumbering, and Miranda begins to lose her powers. There's no confirmed reason for this. It apparently happens because of overuse of her powers, Ethan's connection to the fungus, or because Rose is simply too powerful now. I'm in the camp that believes Rose is simply too powerful, because why even tease that fact throughout the entire game? Just makes no sense.
Give Rose to me.
Biological father Ethan and kidnapper Miranda argue about who Rose truly belongs to instead of just fucking killing each other. Chris becomes my favorite character instantly because he's honestly too old for this shit and just shoots Miranda in the face. It is the funniest thing. As the fight begins, Miranda tells Ethan that he's disposed of her false children.
You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious days.
Miranda is selfish. All she cared about was finding a strong vessel for Ava. The four lords were unfit vessels, but still served the purpose to her. They helped Miranda rule the village. Of course, once Miranda obtained Rose, the perfect vessel, she immediately stopped caring about the village she famously protected. Actually, in fact, she just killed them all, and her so-called family became loose ends that needed to be dealt with. The only issue is, most of these lords, especially Heisenberg, would have been tough for her to kill. Probably impossible. Lucky for Miranda, you just killed all of them for her without even realizing it. And now that you outlived your usefulness, pun fully intended, it's time for your permanent end. Mother Miranda's boss fight is straightforward, but still incredibly difficult. Her first form is simple. She stays on the ground and slowly approaches you, while slashing and spinning very quickly. She also has the ability to throw walls of mold roots in a straight line, and surrounds herself with them, creating a giant energy blast in the middle of the site. Your objective in this stage is to keep the fuck away. There is no reason you should be taking any free damage here. If you start running through your medkits this early, it'll bite you in the ass later. And having red or yellow health for the next stage is suicide. So stay constantly moving, aim for headshots. You should get through this stage quickly. After that, she transitions into a spider-like creature. This is the most in-your-face, aggressive form that she has. Very choreographed attacks, but they still come out very quickly and nab you before you can react. And when they hit you hard. Her jump move is especially aggravating and deals a disgusting amount of damage. The spider form is honestly my least favorite form of hers and has gotten me killed or close to it countless times. I recommend using the Wolf's Bane to do enough damage to skip it and then save the rest of the ammo because she returns back to this form again. Next is her flying form, which is a fresh breath of air. Her first move is a flying charge, but it's easy to react to. You just have to run to the side and shoot her as she recovers. In the next move, Mother Miranda rises into the air and summons orbs. When they turn yellow, she'll throw them at you. You can try to dodge these, but honestly, it's just easier to shoot them down. I recommend using a pistol as each ball only has 1 HP. Finally, she creates an even bigger energy blast. The same rules apply, just fucking start blasting. Her next attack is less of a form and more of an effect on the room. Miranda will make the room dark, making it hard to see. You know, as dark rooms work. Occasionally, she'll jump out and attack you. This room is a trick. It's very hard to get a good shot on her when she ducks in and out like that, and if you stop to shoot her, you have a chance of getting hit. The best strategy here is to honestly run the fuck away. Run in circles, because eventually, if you dodge enough attacks, she actually ends the phase, and you can continue. The last stage is rotation. This is where Mother Miranda's fight is coming to a close. She begins to constantly switch between forms. If you have any magnum ammo left, please, for the love of God, use it whenever she turns into the spider. The form is already dangerous on its own, and her being able to shift between forms, even in the middle of throwing out attacks, makes it a nightmare.
Impudent! This is the end. To ensure I never see you, I will feed you dogs every single
Rose! Shh. Shh. It's all right, Rose. It's all right.
Ethan! Ethan! Come on, Ethan. Come on, Ethan, wake up. Oh, no.
Chris.
Ethan. You did it. It's finished. Ethan. We gotta move. Keep moving, Ethan. There's a bomb in that thing that'll blow this whole village sky high. Hey, look at me. When I hit this trigger, we can't be anywhere near it. Ah, damn it. Mia's waiting for you. She's alive, you hear me? Alive.
Mia, I'm so sorry. I love you. Keep Rose safe.
Hey, hey. Hey. And you tell yourself. Now come on, it's not that much further.
Watch over her. Teach her to be strong.
God damn it.
Goodbye, Rosemary.
Ethan.
Rose?
Go. Go, take us up now.
Wait! Where's Ethan?
Get moving. We have to get clear.
No! We can't go, not without my husband!
Mia, sit down and strap in.
Not before you tell me where Ethan is. I know he wouldn't abandon us. Tell me what's going on. Where? What was that?
I told you to sit down.
Where is he? Chris? What have you done?
He's gone. I tried. He stayed so we could all escape. I'm sorry.
Captain, you need to see this. BSAA didn't send soldiers. This is a bioweapon.
What the hell were they thinking?
Orders, Captain.
Pick up the rest of the squad. Plot a course for BSAA Europe HQ. Someone's gotta pay.
So Ethan killed Miranda and saved Rose, but unfortunately, Ethan didn't just finish Miranda.
I think we've finished each other.
What do you mean by that?
What remains of Miranda's consciousness merges with the mold root and pursues our three heroes. But Ethan, already in the process of withering away, decides to give his life so his family and Chris could live. He triggers the detonator, destroying himself, the mold root, and the entire village. Chris returns to the chopper, Rose and Mia reunite. Mia gets angry because husband isn't here, can't take a hint that her husband's dead after seeing the huge fucking explosion.
What was that?
Chris Redfield wins an Oscar.
What have you done?
He's gone.
K9 informs Chris that the soldiers we saw at the site weren't actually soldiers, but bioweapons used by the BSAA designed to look like soldiers. This isn't the start of shifty behavior from the BSAA. In the beginning of the game, we saw them covering up everything that happened in Dulce, Louisiana, lying to the press and blaming the events of Resident Evil 7 on a gas leak. Chris, disappointed in the BSAA, decides to go to the Europe HQ to look for answers. Fortunate Son begins to play. No, I'm kidding. And Resident Evil Village comes to an end. I'm gonna critique boss fights now because I didn't want to spoil anything during the video, which followed the story chronologically. Boss fights in Resident Evil Village are deceptively complex. Capcom relies on tricking the player into believing their bosses are designed well, instead of them actually being so. When I think about my favorite boss designs in video games, I think of Cuphead. The way boss battles are formulated in this classic run-and-gun action game is simple but highly effective. Bosses in Cuphead have one health bar and rarely ever have invincibility frames or iframes. This design promotes player expression and is the main reason that this game is not only fun initially, but on subsequent playthroughs as well. Now, you may ask, how does a boss having a single health bar that isn't manipulated by the game promote player expression? When there is technically nothing stopping the player from killing the boss, all the power is not put on the game, but instead the player to kill the boss the way they think is best. Now, realistically, there's game balance as well as player performance that plays into when exactly the boss is killed, but if we're talking about core mechanics, if a game is coded in which it's ultimately up to the player to decide how to tackle a fight, this incentivizes players to strategize how to kill the game's bosses according to their own playstyle, thus allowing the player to express themselves in gameplay. For a game like Cuphead, which allows players to build their character with different perks and weapons, player expression comes easy. The simple choice of refusing to manipulate or script the boss fights, but instead allow the player to determine how long these fights lasts, complements everything about the game because it makes every mechanic in that game that affects player stats have meaning. Resident Evil Village is the complete opposite of this experience. Boss fights are incredibly manipulated and scripted by the devs, and there is an obvious prioritization on cutscenes that are often shoehorned mid-fight instead of the gameplay. Can you imagine how much you'd care about character builds in Cuphead if bosses stopped every 5 seconds to turn invisible so that they could talk about their fucking feelings? The bosses, granted in plenty of moments in fights, become straight up invincible. The devs are afraid of having the player progress too quickly. Heisenberg has to tell you how much he hates Miranda for the 10th time. It doesn't matter that we already had a cutscene dedicated to that like 40 fucking minutes ago.
To grind Miranda into peace.
And that goes on to my next point. The game doesn't mind killing the pacing in these boss battles, essentially just ruining the gameplay for these cutscenes. But even then, the cutscenes that do end up playing in these fights aren't even that important to the narrative at all. Here's the thing, some may argue that it's important for these lords in Resident Evil Village to talk during boss battles, even if it makes the gameplay worse. And the people that believe this are story players, because they believe these characters that are important to the story are about to get killed off, and they really want a proper wrap up for these people. If Capcom wants to sacrifice good gameplay sometimes to tell a compelling story, that's honestly fine, a bit flawed, but forgivable, but the cutscene and dialogue in the boss fights have no substance. They add nothing to the story, to the characters, and are really just rehashing what these characters have already said, making Alcina invincible because I need to know yet again that she's mad I killed her daughters is not something I want to hear at the expense of a well-designed boss fight. The extra time I'm getting with these characters doesn't amount to anything narratively speaking, which shows to me that Capcom doesn't prioritize the gameplay, nor do they prioritize the narrative either. In reality, they're ultimately prioritizing cinematics over everything. When boss fights are introduced, Village isn't a good game, nor is it a good story. It just looks really pretty while being incredibly shallow and superficial, and we saw this problem before in the Survive mission. Capcom does not mind fucking the entire process of the game up if they can get that really cool cutscene. This really sucks because Village has a shop mechanic, upgrades, attachments, literal treasure hunting, character perks, and it's even cool because they're introduced as dishes and the Duke cooks them for you, and now you have to like hunt chickens. The game already incentivizes player to farm lay and valuables and build up their characters and guns. That is honestly an achievement and such an upgrade from 7, but all of this becomes useless when you realize how scripted the boss fights are. And my favorite example of this is Alcina Domitrescu. When you first arrive at the stairs in Alcina's boss fight, your gut reaction might be to fill her with lead. If it is, that really sucks, man, because after a couple of shots, Alcina stops taking damage entirely, and this is a common pattern throughout the entire fight. Ironic, isn't it? Due to the game's inconsistent triggers, the best strategy throughout most moments in the fight is to not shoot Alcina, because then you'll be wasting time and ammunition. What the fuck? Afterwards, when she's chasing you throughout the roof of the temple, the same strategy applies. It's best to do a bit of damage to her. The game obviously isn't going to let you progress for free, but it also won't allow you to progress that much either. So after a while, your damage just stops mattering because after some damage, she becomes invincible until, and I'm not joking when I'm saying this, by the way, until she's destroyed these 2 towers. I have no fucking clue why she needs to destroy the 2 towers, but like, okay. Anyway, to prove this, I hacked the game with 99 times bullet damage. Each shot that is being fired should be one-shotting her. Now, so this is me blasting her pre-tower destruction. Right, I don't see a lot of one-shotting, and this is me immediately after. Instant death from Alcina. The game literally does not allow me to progress because the game needed this to happen. In the final stage, when she chases you to the top of the tower and starts flying around in circles, she has invincibility frames yet again the entire time that she's doing it, and even when she finally lands, the player's damage does not get calculated past a certain threshold until she says this line. Every last morsel! It's really hard to applaud the game for its mechanics when they're all useless in the most important, most memorable parts of the game. It also doesn't help that the game is manipulating you into believing these mechanics matter. But do you notice that when you shoot Alcina, she recoils? Visually, she flinches and seems to have been affected by the bullet you just lodged into her skull. This happens when she's taking damage and the many times that she isn't taking damage. However, the animations make the player feel like they're doing damage, which to Capcom is just as important as actually doing damage. Capcom would rather design the fight to look like it's dynamic rather than it actually function dynamically. The lack of visual clarity, or more accurately, the presence of visual obscurity in these boss fights is astounding. Throughout the fight, it is very hard to understand that these bosses have stages and aren't taking damage at certain points because the visuals not only never allow you to come to that conclusion, but actively try to deceive you. It's such an incredibly unhealthy way to design the boss. How do you receive feedback from playtesters saying your game is too unfair, and then you pull the most unfair shit in the book? I mean, this is like despicable. In truth, boss fights in Village are nothing more than glorified interactable cutscenes that undermine and renders every mechanic in the game useless while they're happening. Capcom's entire design philosophy when developing games is to prioritize visual over everything and take control away from the player. They've done this with the cutscenes in the Survive mission, and they constantly do this throughout the game with DA. They offer the illusion of player expression and freedom while keeping your experience contained and heavily scripted. Not even the fucking difficulty can be controlled by the player. Capcom manipulates that too. Once you encounter a boss in the gameplay transforms into a spoof of a Michael Bay movie. Admittingly, a visual marvel, but no longer a survival action horror, which feels like such a contradiction to the actual gameplay, which is a survival action horror. Gun upgrades, lay, ammo, loot, crafting, maintaining resources, all of these are highly influential mechanics that shape how the game is played. Unfortunately, most bosses are designed in a way that none of it fucking matters. Nothing the player learns in the game can be applied to the boss fights, because these battles are not only incredibly linear to a fault, but also deceptively complex. And what fucking pisses me off even more is that there's an actual boss in the game that is designed without these stages, these interruptions, these unfair invincibility mechanics. One who is truly dynamic and easily the best designed boss in the entire game. Ironic that the ugly fishman that everyone forgot about, both in the canon and the fandom, is the best designed fight in the game. Do you know what happens if you walk up to Moraeu with a gun that is modded to do 99 times damage? He is instantly killed. Now, this is never going to realistically happen in a run, but the fact that it's technically possible is amazing. Unlike his counterparts, Moraeu's design choice complements Village's gameplay completely. Programming a single health bar onto an enemy, which the game does not fuck with, suddenly gives every mechanic in the game meaning and heavily influences the gameplay. With Alcina, she couldn't care less about your fire rate. She's scripted to stand there for some time and refuses to take damage after a couple of shots. Whether you shot your pistol quickly or not doesn't matter. The game has decided to make her invincible for some reason, maybe so that she could say all her cool lines. Meanwhile, Moraeu has to face tank those stats his entire fight. Everything the player is doing isn't getting blocked by inconsistent invincibility frames or cutscene triggers that purposely ignore the player's inputs. Moraeu cannot afford to ignore your attacks so that he can run away and say a speech that'll give him a game award. If you upgrade your M1911 firepower a lot, he's gonna feel that every second of the fight. After less than half a mag, Alcina couldn't give less of a fuck about your damage. Capcom got it right for one boss in the game, and that pisses me off even more because it could have been like this the entire time. But Capcom's priority is finding reasons to prolong these bosses' lives so that they can talk to you, so that they can show you how awesome this fight looks, and Capcom knows they can do it because we're so easily fooled by the visuals that were purposely programmed to deceive us. After Moraeu's fight, you find the Wolfsbane revolver, which I previously called the boss gun. I left that part in the video to showcase how naive I was. This isn't the boss gun, this is the skip the stage gun. Fun fact, because you can't do any damage past the current stage that you're in, if you fire this weapon at Miranda, but the stage that she's currently in has low health, it'll tank most of the damage, effectively wasting the bullet. This is because the damage that is applied to one stage cannot leak onto the other. So for maximum damage, you have to shoot Miranda in the beginning of the stage. This is the kind of bullshit strategization that you have to do to play this game efficiently. And it's very contradictory to how the game is designed regularly, outside of bosses, because you can tell the devs clearly wanted you to find this revolver and save the bullets and use it on a really powerful boss. But it doesn't fucking work because the bosses are designed in such an unhealthy, unfair way. And the sad part is, the players are never given the chance to know that the bosses are designed like this in reality. The reality which is, you can walk into the battle with a hacked Wolfsbane, max fire rate and damage, emptying your bottomless clip onto Miranda, and the fight is so scripted that she will not die. All of the bosses in Resident Evil Village function the same, mechanically antiquated but deceptively animated to appear more complex than they actually are.
I'm not letting you get away!
Do you think the little boy will be able to touch the moon?
Nobody can touch the moon. It's too far away.
Wait, what if he has a rocket ship?
Okay, then you can touch it, but it'd be very, very cold.
You were being silly. I don't think the moon feels like
I think it does. But if...
Hey, Dad. Happy birthday. Sorry I missed last week. I have a lot of tests coming up. You know how it is. Talk of the goddamn devil. Duty calls. I love you.
Yeah, I found her. Where else? Today of all days. We have a situation. You're needed, Evelyn.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Whoa, it's just a joke, Rose.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
We have a clear shot.
Stand down. I can handle it. She's just a kid.
Way to keep it together, Rose.
You're a lot like him, you know?
I know.
Years later, a grown-up Rosemary takes a bus to the cemetery to visit Ethan. She holds The Village of Shadows, the same book that Miranda read her before starting the events that led to her mother getting tortured and father killed. Honestly, that's kind of fucking weird. On the bus, we spot a mother and a child reading a book together, eerily similar to her and Mia. So basically, on the ride there, Rose is feeling nostalgic and misses what her family used to be. When she arrives at her father's grave, she wishes him a happy belated birthday and apologizes for missing last week due to being busy taking tests. An agent from an unspecified organization arrives at the cemetery.
Talk of the goddamn devil. Duty calls.
The agent, teasing her, calls her
Evelyn.
And then Rose violently picks him up and threatens him. Feeling sorry, she enters the car and the agent asks his partner to stand down.
Stand down. She's just a kid.
The agent tells her that she is like her father.
You're a lot like him, you know?
And she responds with a smile, saying,
I know.
They drive off, and an unknown figure approaches their vehicle on the road. This is a very ambiguous after-credits scene, but I think there's a sufficient amount of evidence to see what's going on here. The following is just a theory. I believe Rose is just as powerful as she was when Miranda infected her. This is a bit obvious as she's clearly able to threaten the agent's life, but if this is true, that means she also has other abilities that might not seem so clear. And at the very end of the cutscene, we can see a figure approaching the vehicle. We're able to see that it is in fact Ethan. I think Ethan is dead in the same way that Evelyn is dead. Physically, he does not exist, but his personality is saved onto Rose's mind, just like Evelyn's and the others are saved onto the Megamycete.
You're a lot like him, you know?
I know.
If this isn't true, then there's no reason for Rose to even care that her father is dead, at least not to the degree that she currently does. She was an infant when he died for good, yet here we are, supposedly decades later, and she's sitting on the bus, holding the book, feeling jealous of other families. I don't think Ethan is the guy she heard stories about from other agents. I think Ethan is still very much alive in her mind. She probably has his memories or frequently talks to him. I don't subscribe to the theory that Rose has Ethan's memories though, because then she could recall the night that she was conceived, and that thought makes me uncomfortable. Anyway, when the agent tells her,
"You're a lot like him, you know."
I know.
At first, this might appear as she's heard stories about his courage and bravery, and since she's so tough, it's because she gets that from her father. I think this line is supposed to be taken literally.
I know.
Rose literally knows she's like her father because she actually knows him. My other, far more riskier theory is that Rose is 4 years old. Rose appears to be a young adult, effectively making this cutscene a time skip, about 2 decades into the future, setting up for possibly Resident Evil 9 or a DLC. The game appears to have skipped time, but I don't believe this time skip is that significant. I believe Rose is biologically 4 years old, while physically being 18 years or older. All of the first-person Resident Evil games take place in the modern day, and I believe the next one will too. Here are my findings to support this game theory. Mother Miranda was able to shift forms at will, and constantly used this ability to deceive Ethan. She also mentions in a note, "When I touched the black substance, my mind was overcome with knowledge." I think Rose, more or less, possesses the same knowledge and powers as Mother Miranda. One of Miranda's abilities was to halt aging, or appear younger or older than she actually was. Rose was powerful enough to stop Miranda from resurrecting her as Ava when she was an infant, and if she's kept any abilities from the Megamycete, which, by the way, her seeing Ethan definitely confirms that, I think she's at least powerful enough to either age rapidly, simply change forms, or remain unaging. Rose literally went through the process of being broken into multiple parts and then materialized back into a baby, most likely due to her own volition. Her having the ability to change how she looks physically isn't that far-fetched. That being said, Rose having the power to control her age isn't required for this theory to work. In fact, there's evidence in the game that Rosemary's age can be influenced under certain criteria. Capcom has already used rapid aging on a previously mold-infected antagonist, Evelyn, who the agent specifically mentions in the ending.
Evelyn?
Rapid aging is not something Capcom is afraid to play around with. Most importantly, if you inspect Rose's flask, you can actually see remarks how if Rose skips out on injections for prolonged periods of time, the product will age rapidly. If Rose is being protected by a bunch of agents, namely Chris, it's not outside the realm of possibility that they decided to skip out on a couple of injections to age up Rosemary, or that after blowing up the village, they couldn't produce an injection in time, resulting in her aging rapidly. It's also entirely possible that she doesn't need the injection and can control her age. Whichever way it works, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, I don't believe she's an actual adult, and Capcom can justify taking any direction they want with the story. Maybe Rose is crazy powerful, can halt her aging while melting people with her mind, while communicating with all these different characters telepathically. Or maybe, because the Megamycete has been destroyed, she's lost most of her powers. She's not as strong as Miranda in her prime, but has regenerative abilities, super strength, and the ability to communicate with other infected mold. Maybe Resident Evil 9 takes place in the future, or in the near future. Is there a term for the opposite of writing yourself into the corner? If so, this game is how you do it. They can do fucking anything. Either way, I'm done talking about it.